And welcome to the IELT analysis that we have lined up for you. The exam just got over, 4 o'clock, people started walking out of the centers, and very shortly, in about 5 to 10 minutes, we will go live to our experts who are there on ground, analyzing the paper, studying the paper to bring us all the insights about the IELT exam that happened today for this year for the admissions into the 2026 cycle. All right. So before we go to the live analysis, let me quickly help you with a brief primer about the session, about the exam, so to say, right? So what is it? What all will we cover in this session? We will cover, after this primer, we will cover a detailed first cut analysis from the experts, followed by a quick key of the paper. Our experts are solving the paper as we speak, and within about 15-20 minutes, we will bring the key for the entire paper, all the 150 questions to you. And once the key is done, we will take up each section one by one, and we will solve the entire paper, section after section, live here, right in this link on YouTube. So stay tuned, stay through the entire session, get all the inputs and insights about the IELT this year, and make sure that you don't miss anything about this. And any queries or questions or clarifications that you may have, do make it a point to post it in the YouTube channel. And if you have not liked our CLATPrep YouTube channel, do make it a point to like and subscribe to it, because we keep adding lots of videos on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, which are very, very helpful to you, particularly those of you who are watching this video for, let's say, IELT the next year, Clat the next year. This channel will be extremely beneficial to you. All right, so let's quickly jump into the primer session. Let's start off with by getting a few details on about IELT. Basically, what is the fee, what is the intake, right? Now IELT as an exam is different from Clat, different in the sense that there's only one institute which takes this course of IELT, whereas Clat has multiple NLUs, right? Regardless of this huge difference in number, IELT is a very popular exam. Why is it a very popular exam? Because of NLU Delhi, situated right in Delhi, where there is the Delhi High Court, and not to mention, obviously, the Supreme Court of the country. So IELT graduates are in very high demand, right? So that is what makes IELT a very difficult exam, very elite exam, a premier kind of an exam for people aspiring for a career in law, right? Now, what is the intake of NLU Delhi? The intake is about 120 seats. And what is the fee? Around 4 lakhs per annum. And there are reservations. There is no domicile quota. Now, why is this important? Because many NLUs, which are situated across the country in multiple states, they have a state domicile. They have some reservation for the state people, students coming in from that state. That is not the case with NLU Delhi, right? However, there are the other reservations that all the other NLUs also follow, which are mandated by the government: SC 15%, ST 77.5%, OBC, and EWS at 22 and 10%. In addition to these, there are 5 seats reserved for foreign nationals and 5 seats reserved for people of Indian origin also have, or OCI cards, or those holding OCI cards. Now, what is the cutoff? That is a clincher, right? Now, regardless of all the preparation that one may have put into the paper, unless he or she gets a certain rank, it becomes very difficult to get an admission, get entry into this premier institute called NLU Delhi. So what is the cutoff? The cutoff for general rank is around 60. We'll get into the details of this as we move on. So now let's look at what the pattern of the exam is expected to be. What the pattern has been a total of 150 questions split across 3 sections: English 50 questions, current affairs and GK 30 questions, and logical reasoning 70 questions. Now, logical reasoning here is a different kind of a thing which needs deeper analysis. Why? Because logical reasoning, there will be questions from legal reasoning, there will be questions from the pure play logical reasoning, which is also called analytical reasoning, and there will be questions from critical reasoning, the English part of logical reasoning. So there are 3 aspects which are covered under these 70 questions, which is why it has been given a much bigger weightage compared to the other 2 sections, because there are 3 areas getting covered in this section, right? And what is the marking scheme? 1 mark for every right answer, which means students can score a maximum of 150 because there are 150 questions. And for every wrong answer, there is a penalty. So you will lose 1/4 of the marks. 0.25 marks is what a student will lose if he or she gets a question wrong, right? That is in terms of the overall pattern. Let's look at a brief history in terms of how AILET has evolved over the last few years. We have kind of taken the snapshot of AILET's evolution from 2022 onwards. Mind you, there has been a big change in 2024. What is the change? When it was in 2022, it was a 90-minute paper and it became a 120-minute paper in 2024. The timing increase is big. Why is it big? Because the 150 questions remain the same. 150, 150, 150 all through. But the number of the amount of time available for the student took a big jump. From 90 minutes, it went to 120 minutes, right? A 33% increase. The point is, if you look at Clat, for example, Clat had a reduction in question, 120 questions, 120 minutes after the reduction. Now, in terms of number of questions, if you look at AILET retained the number of questions at 150, but increased the time. So more or less, both the authorities, Clat authorities, the Clat consortium, or the NLU Delhi authorities for AILET, both of them have tried to make things easier for the aspirant. Clat in terms of reduction of the number of questions, AILET in terms of increment in the amount of time that is available for the students. So overall, the exams have been kind of made easier. Now, why is this important? We've discussed this in detail when we did the Clat analysis. Otherwise, if there's the increased time pressure, which was there here, it was there, then 90 minutes, 150 questions. Many students would not even look at all the questions because there's just not enough time available. So what would happen, even if I'm a good student, let's say, I would end up not even looking at some of the questions. So my ability is not being assessed correctly because I'm being given such less a time. So my ability is being assessed only based on the number of questions that I saw and did. But there are many more questions which I may have not even seen, right? So to enable proper assessment of the students, it is a very good step that AILET authorities have taken in terms of increasing the amount of time that is available for the students. Now, if we look at the overall conduct-wise, the exam moved from having a June slot to a December slot in 2023, similar to what Clat has done. And in terms of difficulty level, overall, if you see in 2022, when it was a 90-minute, 150 question paper, it was a fairly lengthy and competitive paper. Whereas if you come to the next year, slightly easy, but overall tough and lengthy. Overall, you see the lengthy and tough have kind of, we can see them in both these years. Here, it became overall moderate. You see the lengthy, logically reasoning felt lengthy, right? It's not lengthy overall. Some students may have felt it to be lengthy. So overall, the increment in time kind of showed its kind of advantage right away there, right? And last year, what happened last year? Easier overall, easier meaning easier compared to the last year. Very balanced and predictable in terms of the structure that we have seen in the previous AILETs in 2023 or so. Easier moderate English, GK is moderate, logical reasoning easy to moderate. Now the tough word that was here, it was missing at these two places, right? So that's a huge advantage and benefit that the students have got because of the increment in time. Let me quickly go through the comment section and see if we have anything that we can have in terms of comments. So make sure that you send us your comments as quickly as you can. And here we have access to the paper. So before we jump in to our experts, let's quickly browse through the paper and see what we have. Now, this is what I have. I have the number of sections. I'm sure you will not be able to see this, but I'm just reading of the actual AILET 26 paper. English has 50 questions. 20 questions current affairs has 30 questions, and logical reasoning has 70 questions, which is what we have said earlier. And that is exactly the structure that we have seen in terms of order: English first, current affairs and GK second, and LR third. Same number of questions and same order, which has been replicated in this year's AILET also. Now, if you look at English, jumping straight into the English section. Okay, before we go into the English section, we have our expert Vishal Jain from CLATPrep Jaipur, who has joined us. So let's go live directly to Vishal and see what Vishal can give us in terms of how AILET has been. Hello, Vishal. How are you?
Yeah, hi, sir. I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Thank you. So what news do you have to share with us about AILET 26? Because I see that you're already there just outside the center.
Yeah. So, sir, I had the feedback from the students. They were smiling faces, unlike the Clat day.
Oh,
Everybody
nice.
came happy, yes, outside the center.
Okay.
Although the GK section went quite, on the offside. There were few questions which were little unexpected from AILET's point of view.
Okay.
So, GK section would be termed as moderate to difficult. And this time, I believe that GK section would be something which might be the game changer for the students.
Okay, so you're saying GK has been moderate to difficult, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what about Akash? What is your feedback about the GK section?
Sir, I have a similar view on GK section because the kind of GK that AILET asks is slightly different from CLAT. CLAT usually focuses on the most important topics of the year, but unlike that, AILET does have does ask you questions which are trivia type, and so the kind of question that they asked were kind of expected. I mean, you always expect that trivia kind of question, but it is difficult to predict those questions. So predictability is very difficult, but it was on the expected lines only, I would say. And usually anyone who has attempted 18 to 20 questions in GK is a very good attempt, I would say.
So in terms of ideal attempts for GK, you're saying it should be 18 to 20.
18 to 20 is the ideal attempt, sir.
Okay, out of the 30 questions that are there in the section. Yeah. Okay.
Anyone who is attempting more than that definitely has a better chance of scoring well and securing admission.
Obviously. And in terms of when you said the paper was predictable, there were no surprise areas that have been included this year. The regular areas that we normally expect, and also the difficulty level also, obviously, as you said, because we cannot predict, the difficulty level and areas were kind of as expected. But students would obviously have to dig deeper to ensure that their preparation would be able to, or would enable them to answer or attempt this many number of questions, as Akash sir has said. And by the way, Akash sir is an alumnus of, is an NLU alumnus. He is from our time Bangalore Center, again on ground in Bangalore. All right, so let's move on to the English language section. Vishal sir, what do you say about English?
Sir, English, as per the previous year's papers, was on the easier side. There were only 6 passages, so therefore it was easily manageable for the students to solve the questions. Okay. So one has to actually attempt all the questions in order to move up the ladder in the score side. So English, I believe that ideal cutoff score would be somewhere 40 and above, easily out of 50. So some should be able to score more than 40 easily.
Okay, and I see that I have the paper in my hand, as I was telling students just before both of you joined. I see that they continued with the 3-column passage that was seen earlier. I think the surprise-wise, again, retaining this again was not a surprise, and maybe predictability, as you guys were saying earlier.
Yes, sir. The better thing from last year, if you compare this English section from last year's English section in the AILET paper, I think they made it slightly easier for the students because last year there were around 8 to 10 passages. And this time the number of passages were reduced. So the overall time taken to, solve this section would be decreased. And at the same time, you will have a better scoring opportunity as well.
So basically, the total amount of reading that the student had to do when there were about 8 passages, the reading has, I think, very drastically come down by about what, 25%. That's not a small thing. That's huge, I would say. So from
in fact, 50 questions. 50 questions, sir.
50 questions. 50 questions. Yeah. So now in terms of the readability of these passages, what would you say is the readability? Did the readability kind of the difficulty level go up in terms of reading the passages, the content of the passages, the density of the passages, or were they similar? Broadly, what would you say
No,
about
as
that?
per the feedback received from the student, it was not that difficult. So students were pretty comfortable in solving the English passages. And in fact, I would say that they would have leveraged their time on the logical reasoning section, which had 70 questions. But
Okay.
again, the surprise factor for the logical reasoning section was also number of questions in Silogs was on the higher side. AR questions were few. And
Okay, Vishal sir, just 1 minute before we go to the LR section. So we said the GK section is moderate to difficult. What is the difficulty level that you will peg the English language at?
it's an easy section.
Easy
Yes, sir,
section?
I would agree with Vishal, sir. English was very easy. I will say easy said. And if you ask me about the readability, now because the topics that were discussed in the passage, for example, there were passages on rule of law, democracy. Now, these are things that usually the law students are pretty much interested in, and they keep reading a lot. And we also keep covering these topics in our class discussions. So, in terms of readability, also, I would say that the English was on the easier side.
Okay.
There were no ghosts, I would say, in the paper as such.
Okay, so that I think is very heartening and gladdening news to the students, because you made a very important point there, Akash sir, that there were no ghosts in the paper. The number of passages has come down. There were no surprises per se. And in terms of the question types also, the passage types also, the pattern and structure of the earlier years was followed. So all these put together, I think both our experts kind of are unanimously saying that the English section is easy. And I hear Vishal sir said that earlier, the number of attempts for a good score would be upwards of about 40. Is that right, Vishal sir? And Akash,
45, sir. Are easily
I would say in terms of attempts
attempts?
should be 45
attempt is high.
plus.
Yeah. Uh,
Yes,
Attempts
yes.
should be 45 plus, and the score should be at
score,
40.
yeah. Score should be 40 plus easily.
Correct. Correct, correct. And when we looked at, just for clarity for the audience, just for sake of clarity, when we said 18 to 20 in GK, we talked about the number of attempts, or we talked about the score?
So, in terms of 18 to 20, if you're getting 18 to 20 in terms of score,
Yeah.
Okay. So
18 to
18, so
20 is the
both
score.
these are scores is what we are talking.
Yes.
And in
Yeah.
terms of,
I agree with Akash, sir. Definitely.
okay,
18 to
okay, so
20 score in GK is a good score. 20 score.
okay, so 45 attempts and about, let's say, 20 to 22 attempts in GK is what you'd agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, all right, okay. Then moving on to the LR section. Vishal, so you were saying something earlier about
Yeah.
LR.
So logical reasoning section was on the easier side. Surprisingly, there were many questions on statements based, and whichever questions were there from the paragraph, they were followed by two questions. Unusual, because every time we had one question followed by a paragraph, but this year we had two questions on the same.
So in terms of
Yeah,
surprises, this would, I think, qualify as a surprise,
yeah,
because passage followed by two questions was not kind of seen earlier, and that came in for the first time now. So in terms of surprises, we have one. So in terms of surprises, two questions in LR passages. So would you say all the LR passages have two questions, or
few of
some
the
of them?
few of the paragraphs, not
Few
all.
of the paragraphs. Okay.
Few of
All
the
right.
paragraphs had two questions, but majorly we have seen statements based questions. Many questions were there which was based on one single line.
Okay, but one more point there. In English, we said that the number of passages came down from 8 to 6. And
Yeah.
in LR, now we are saying that each passage had two questions. Would that also mean that in LR also the overall amount of reading has gone down? Because now for two questions, the students need to read only one passage.
Yes,
Whereas earlier,
yes, sir, we can definitely say that, because majority of the questions also belong to statement genre. So
right.
students were able to easily read and go through them and solve the questions. Then there were questions based on silogs, and silogs was typical silogs, logical deduction questions, which were on statements of all, some, and none. There were no questions which were on the pattern of 2023, which was
Okay.
statement based, inference
Okay.
based. वो हट गए हैं.
Right.
So the LR overall section, I would say, was very easy to handle. We had
Okay.
5-6 questions in legal reasoning. That was in the part of logical only. That too were very easy. So as per feedback received, again, I would rate the level of difficulty for logical reasoning section as easy.
overall, you're saying it is easy. Now, if
Yeah.
we split this into the three areas that are there in LR, the analytical reasoning, legal reasoning, and critical reasoning. So,
Yeah.
would you still keep them as easy, or is there any
All
kind of
all of
surprise?
them were easy. All of them were easily pretty manageable by the students. This is what the feedback was given to me by all the students here.
Okay, okay,
And not one, two. It was in fact all the students whom I actually had a word with. The same kind of feedback I received.
okay, okay. Akash sir, do you have anything to add there?
Yes, as Vishal sir said, there were a lot of questions from syllogism.
Mm-hmm.
And the paper I feel was meticulously designed by the examiners. They the question in the logical reasoning had a good mix of both analytical reasoning type, critical reasoning type, as well as legal reasoning. Though the number of legal reasoning questions were reduced, but the type of question, the variety of questions were the variety was good. And also, if you talk about critical reasoning type questions, so they were passage-based question as well as statement-based question, both
Okay.
passage-based and statement-based questions,
Mm-hmm.
and which I feel were easy to deal with, especially for the CLAT aspirants, because they had paid a lot of attention on critical reasoning. Because
Okay.
when they were preparing for CLAT, they had a lot of emphasis on critical reasoning. So although the CLAT did not ask questions on that this year, I think AILET kind of kind
Their
of
preparation, basically,
worked
you're
with.
saying their preparation did not go waste. All
Yes,
the
exactly.
preparation. So
Exactly.
while they were
So
kind of, they may have been disappointed in CLAT, but kind of AILET came back and helped their prop their preparation up, so to say. But I'll go back to one of the statements that you just said, just made earlier, where you said the number of legal reasoning questions came down. Can you just elaborate on that, Akash sir?
yes, sir. Last year there were approximately eight questions, as far as I remember, I can recall.
Mm-hmm.
The number of questions in legal reasoning were around eight, but this
Mm-hmm.
time the number of questions in legal reasoning have gone down to four. So there were only
Okay.
four questions on
So
legal
legal
reasoning.
reasoning came down to four
Right.
from about eight earlier.
Yes, and one more thing that I feel that the difference in the overall feel of the paper that I realized is that in terms of how you actually feel inside the exam hall, last year I was facing difficulty in completing the paper. I was not
Okay.
able to do a bunch of questions.
Right,
But
right.
this year, it was not the case. This year, in fact, as you said, the overall readability of in the English section and the logical reasoning section went down, and therefore a lot of students were able to actually go through each and every question.
So the content to be read, you mean to say?
Yes,
Yeah.
because the
Okay.
content or the reading part went down,
Right.
amount of reading that goes into the exam went down, and
Mm-hmm.
therefore a lot of students were able to actually attempt at least read all the questions, if not attempt.
Okay. Okay. Now I think also combined with the, as Vishal sir was saying earlier, the single statement based questions that would have kind of given a lot more, kind of made it easier for the students to kind of one read through and think through and possibly also get the right answer for the questions, because the amount of reading content, amount of content to be read was just a line and not more. And can you elaborate on the types of questions that came in the LR part, the AR part, I mean to say?
So there were questions on syllogism. There were questions on numbers and sequences. Then there were questions on
That
there were
relations were there. Then if I
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about
So
sequence and series, the principles which was used was very, very easy, very basic in nature. I mean, that was easily manageable for sequence and series based questions as well. And few questions were based on previous years patterns like puzzles and all. Uh,
Okay.
but yeah, number of questions for CR was more than AR, and then legal reasoning was only four questions. So that was something which was surprising for me.
and yes,
Okay.
there were a good number of questions on analogies as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now that we've got a detailed insight across all the sections, let's now put all of these together and let's hear a prediction from you. If unless you think it's too early to kind of come out with a number. Now, when I say prediction, all of you, both of you obviously know, and our viewers also obviously know what I'm kind of hinting at. We want our experts to come out with a number and say, hey, this is going to be the cutoff for AILET 2026. Obviously, for the general category to start with.
Sir, to be very frank, the cutoff is going to be high this year.
All right. So given that the overall content to be read itself is low, and given that we have seen an E here, and definitely an M here, which means overall it is not difficult to The paper difficulty level seems to have moved in the downward direction. So our experts here are predicting that the cutoff is going to go higher, right? So
Yeah.
what is the number? Do you have any number in mind, Vishal sir or Akash?
So, as if it is too early to comment, but but it depends from the
I understand. All right. So it's too
all of
early to
us
come
are
out with
able
a
to.
number. So what we will do is we are now going to get into the GK section, right? We will, once we do the GK section, we have Kuldeep sir from Jaipur who will give us the keys of the GK section along with a slight explanation possibly of those, and we'll follow that with the keys for the entire paper, and then we'll do the question wise solutions of each of the questions, and we will wind it up at the end by when Vishal sir and Akash would be able to kind of lay their finger on a certain number, if not a small range in terms of what the cutoff is going to be. So stay tuned. Thank you, Vishal sir and Akash sir. We'll now go live. To our Jaipur center to reach out to Kuldeep sir and get the information on GK. All right. So stay tuned, folks. Thank you, Vishal sir and Akash sir. I hope you continue with all your on-ground analysis, discussion with students, and helping them out in terms of inputs for them to them about the AILET exam. So we have Kuldeep sir ready from our Jaipur studio. So Kuldeep sir, over to you for GK. Kuldeep sir, you can hear us?
So hello everyone. So welcome to the analysis for your AILET GK section now. So I know at first instance, the first impression of the GK section might be that you might have felt like these are some out of box questions are there, something which AILET usually do not ask, like questions regarding the first question itself in some set was regarding that this particular music award is given by different states. So some award, a national award is there by the central government, by the Indian government, and then there are certain awards by the state governments also, and that is the first specific question. And usually if you start looking at the question and whenever you see the first question itself and you feel like you don't know the answer to that question, sometimes it become a little bit intimidating. However, the good thing about such paper is that there is not just one or two questions which is going to decide your marks. If you will take a holistic view of the GK section, you would see that most of the question was something which you have read somewhere in your particular CLATPrep material also. Okay. Moreover, I want to give credit to the CLATPrep mock team which creates such amazing papers, because as you can see that there are certain questions like the Stanford prison example question that was in mock number 46 of your particular AILET exam. So if you will look at that particular paper, that exact question which usually are not asked in your mock paper has also been asked, and again you would see that you would be easily able to at least answer 20-21 question. Now it is up to you, it is your hard work which is going to give you the extra 1 or 2 marks also. I believe if I straightforward give you a good score in GK, I would say that if you are scoring anything above 20 plus, it's a really good score, and if you are scoring let's say 23 or 24, then it's an exceptional score. Okay, so kudos to anyone who is scoring about 20, and you have a very good chance if you have done very well in other sections also. Okay, now let's look at the questions and the answers which have been asked in this particular AILET examination. Okay, as you can see, this is a particular set. Okay, so it is some students paper, so I'm not going to go into. Okay, so this is a set which has star as the marking, so this is the star set. Okay, so let's look at the first question now. So the first question is with regard to the National Quantum Mission, and it has given you the launch year, it has given you the objective of that particular National Quantum Mission, and it has asked you that in this particular National Quantum Mission, the government has decided to open certain hubs where there would be funding given to those particular institutions so that they can work out certain new inventions in the sector, in the field of quantum mechanics. Okay, so they have simply asked you the 4 particular hubs which have been announced under the National Quantum Mission. Okay, so these are some of the questions which, if you go into details of your GK mantra, then only you can answer these questions. Okay, so if you will read your GK mantra, there we have discussed the National Quantum Mission. There usually we advise you that you read the particular year of that particular program or the mission. Also, you need to know the theme of that particular mission also. That is also you are supposed to be aware of. And not just that, but you are also need to know what are the new hubs which are being announced in a particular mission also. Okay, so as you can see, I would suggest for someone who has some idea of National Quantum Mission, it would be very easy to answer, because if you would see at one particular institute which you would not find in any other option is your IIT Madras and your ISC Bangalore. So IIT Madras and ISC Bangalore, and not just these two, but IIT Bombay, these are 3 institutions which were shortlisted initially for National Quantum Mission only. And the 4 hubs which have now been announced for National Quantum Mission are actually in ISC Bangalore, IIT Madras, IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi. So IIT Madras and ISC Bangalore are these 2 institutions which are world famous when it's come to quantum mechanics. Okay, so their program on quantum mechanics is world renowned. So obviously 2 hubs were announced in these 2 particular institutions. Apart from these 2, IIT Bombay and IIT Delhi are also doing very well in National Quantum Mission. So that's why 2 hubs were announced in these institutions also. Okay, so the answer for 51st is obviously going to be option A. Okay, now let's move to the next question. So next question was, and I believe it's a very easy question. We have asked our students that you need to know the awardees of this year National Film Awards, and one other award which you need to know is the IFA Awards, because this time IFA Awards were conducted in a new city. So for a change, this time IFA Awards were conducted in India, and it was conducted in Jaipur. Okay, so it was something which was unusual, and AILET has been having tendency of asking question from such particular topics which have been very unusual. Okay, so they have asked you not the best movie, but they have asked you as per the IFA Award conducted this year, which was the best series. Okay, I am sure some of you who had some time apart from Clat or your AILET preparation might have watched some of these. Okay, so which was a particular digital series which was awarded the best series for 2025? So the best series for 2025 was awarded to Panchayat Season 3. Okay, so correct answer for 52 is going to be option C. Okay, moving on to the next one. Okay, another very good question. In late 2024, so you can see the first question was related to science. The next question is again related to science only. So there are very many science and technology based questions also being asked. Okay, so in 24, Google announced development of state of the art quantum chip, which is considered to be a big step towards developing a large scale error corrected quantum computer. The chip is named. Okay, so unlike that, wherever you are going to read about your any new development in science and tech, possibly you will be hearing about your AI and machine learning only. But this time AILET has focused upon a specific section, which is your quantum mechanics. And again they have asked you that Google in late 2024. So this is also a very important lesson for someone who's preparing for next year, that this year they have not just asked question from 2025, they have also asked question from the previous year also. So in late 2024 they have asked. So this particular chip was announced by Google in late 2024, and they simply ask you what is the name of the quantum chip developed by Google. Okay, so that particular chip is very famous, and that chip name is Willow. Okay, WILLOW, Willow. So correct answer 53 is going to be option B. Okay, and one more thing, who's preparing for next year, what you are supposed to do while you analyze this paper is what exactly Sentinel, Polaris and Orion. Okay, so these are also related to your science and tech only. So these are something which you can focus upon for your next year preparation. Okay, moving on to the next one. Okay, so these are the kind of question which I usually advise students, that if you can apply logic and can come to a particular answer, then it is worth taking that particular risk. And if you have no idea, you don't want to take any risk, your other sections you have performed very well, then you can leave such kind of question. Okay, now the question is that Indian Railways introduced certain new initiatives to improve passenger services. So you have to match the initiative with the focus area of that particular initiative. Okay, as you can see, the names of the initiatives are Amanat, Matri Shakti, Uplabdh and Dusra. okay, and their functions are there. Okay, so I would say that these are not very easy question. It is I understand that a 11-12 students are a person who is a student who is preparing for AILET exam might not be getting into so much details of these programs, and is totally acceptable. But if you will look at the functions and the initiative, then by looking at the meaning itself, you can easily find out that what exactly might be the focus of these particular initiative. For example, if I look at amanat and if I look at focus area number 3rd, so amanat is something which is precious. So usually what is the most precious thing in your whenever you are doing a railway journey? So apart from your life, it is obviously your luggage. So it is possible that you might have left your luggage somewhere somewhere at some station or in some railway station or in some train. Then in that particular case, this amanat initiative has been launched by the Indian Railways to basically return your particular luggage to you. Okay, so amanat, cases of left behind passengers luggage are secured and handed over them to the right person. Okay, so if I look at the options, I can see here that there is only one option where A is connected with option or is matched with the 3rd particular focus area. Okay, in all the other option, A is connected 1st, 4th or 2nd. So rather than leaving out such caution, if you would just apply your some mind and try to find out what can be the possible answer, then it is possible that you can come at the correct conclusion. Okay, so you can see here, if I connect A to 3, there is only one option which is going to be the correct one. Okay, let's just check for the other option also. B is connected with 4, Matri Shakti. Matri related to women, ladies RPF personal assist pregnant women who go into labor during train journeys. Matri Shakti, mother, so something related to you. Okay, so B is connected with 4, and you can see here in none other option B and 4 are connected. So another logical conclusion which I can come up with is that Matri Shakti can be connected with the 4th option. Okay, as you can see, so you can do the same for C and D also. So I would suggest, I would say that the correct answer 54 is going to be option B. Okay, moving on to the next one. Okay, next is your Niti Aayog in collaboration with DP World recently announced the We Rise initiative. The initiative aims to. Okay, so in such kind of question, you have to understand that your government of India, specifically under Prime Minister Modi, whenever they give a name to any particular, initiative, it is usually has a full form. Okay, it would usually have a full form. Okay, so here we have this We Rise initiative. So if we look at this We Rise, the full form of WE stands for Women Entrepreneurs. Okay, so We Rise stands for Women Entrepreneurs. WE stands for Women Entrepreneurs, and this is an initiative where this particular women entrepreneurs are being promoted. They are being given mentorship by the government. Okay, and if I look at these 4 options, I can see here that women entrepreneur, the particular option which talks about women entrepreneurs is only in option D. Okay, so because of this particular connection that WE stands for women entrepreneurs and there is only one option which talks about women entrepreneurs, I would have marked option D as the correct one. Okay, but let's look at the option D also. It says that the initiative We Rise aims to help women entrepreneurs in India to scale their businesses globally through trade facilitation, mentorship and strategic partnership. So obviously the correct answer 55 is going to be D. Okay, let's move to the next one now. Okay, I am sure all of you must have been able to correctly attempt this particular question, because it is something we have always told you that one particular sport which is very dear to AILET exam setter heart is the IPL, or the cricket is very dear to his heart, and the one particular sports event or your franchisee event which he usually asks every year is the IPL. And this time they have asked a very simple question. They have asked you which franchisee won the 2025 edition of IPL. So obviously it was Royal Challengers Bengaluru, and it was also in news a lot. Because why? Because they have won it for the first time in their 18-year history. Virat Kohli jersey number is also 18, and they have won it in their 18 years. So there was some particular connection there also. So that's why we have studied this in classes also. So correct answer 26, obviously option B. Okay, moving on. Okay, so something which I had asked my students to focus upon is air pollution issue. Why? Because AILET is conducted by NLU Delhi. NLU Delhi is in Delhi, and the biggest issue right now in Delhi is the air pollution. And to combat that air pollution, a particular body has been created, CPCB, and that particular CPCB comes up with a GRAP framework. Okay, and they have simply asked you what does GRAP stands for. And in case you have read today's newspaper also, today the particular Delhi government has imposed GRAP severe plus conditions. Okay, so the highest level of GRAP is GRAP 4, and GRAP 4 has been imposed in Delhi because of very high level or severe form of air pollution. So what exactly is this GRAP? So GRAP is basically an emergency response mechanism. So whenever the air pollution rises to a very high level, then there are different grades. There are different action plans with different grades into it, and the higher level of air pollution there is, the higher level of response would be there. So they have simply asked you what is this GRAP. So GRAP stands for Graded Response Action Plan. So I would suggest this was also a very easy question for all of you. So this is something which we do in the very basics of air pollution. So you can see here the correct answer 57 is going to be option number C, Graded Response Action Plan. Okay, let's move to the next one. Okay, so next one is a difficult question. It is related to organic fisheries clusters, and so your government is not just promoting your blue economy or specifically your fisheries sector, but it is also trying to promote organic fisheries. So we understand that there is organic agriculture, but what is organic fisheries? So organic fisheries organic fisheries would be fisheries or fishing culture in a particular pond or a river area, or let's say open sea, where they usually avoid any kind of harmful chemicals, antibiotics and pesticides. Okay, so in a fish farming system where we are avoiding harmful chemicals and pesticides and we are totally doing it naturally, would be considered organic fisheries culture. And now they have asked you which is India's first of its kind organic fisheries cluster of India. So the first organic cluster in India was launched in Soaring in Sikkim. Okay, so correct answer for 58 is going to be B. Okay, and I'm very proud of the student whoever paper we have taken, because most of difficult question he or she has done correctly also. Okay, moving on to the next one. The N-Proud initiative aimed at collecting and safe disposal of unused and expired medicine in a scientific manner was recently launched by which particular state? So N-Proud initiative, where they wanted to dispose of expired medicine, a very commendable initiative launched by the state of Kerala. Okay, so this was an initiative of Kerala, and it was in news all around the year because this has become a big issue that expired medicines are still sold into the open market, and which is leading to antimicrobial resistance, AMR. Okay, so in that context this particular initiative was in news. Okay, so correct answer 59 is going to be D. Do not be disheartened if you were not able to answer these questions. I would rate it as this question as a very difficult question. This was also a difficult question. This was also a difficult question for a 11-12 student preparing for CLAT and AILET examination. It is not expected from you students that you would be specifically knowing these particular questions unless you have so much if you have good interest in your GK section. Okay, anyway, moving on to the next one. I am sure you must be able to attempt this one correctly. So the question is related to Republic Day. So we did Republic Day in detail. Again, this was part of your class handouts and GK mantra, and they simply ask you that during the Republic Day, which state won the best state tableau prize for its creative and thematic presentation in 2025. So this year's prize was given to the state of Uttar Pradesh, and its theme was, the theme or the tableau was based on Mahakumbh. Okay, Mahakumbh Swarnim Bharat. Okay, so this was the tableau of your state of Uttar Pradesh, and it was awarded the best particular tableau, okay, at the Republic Day parade. Okay, so correct answer for 60 is going to be option number C. Okay, moving on to the next one. Okay, another, for someone it might be a very difficult question, but you can use some particular logic also. For example, Izawa is a particular community. It is a scheduled caste community of Kerala, and they have been involved in our Indian freedom movement also. Okay, so you can connect Izawas with Kerala. Okay, so C I would connect with second. So C is connected with second. So I can see there are two options which has the same option. So I can see, but other three are not for the same option. Okay, so I just need to guess one more. Okay, so I am just doing guessing work here so that students can understand that how do you attempt such kind of questions. Okay, so if I can match 1, then I can eliminate option C and D now. So now I have to choose between A and B. Okay, so apart from Kerala, I can see here there is this Thiruvalluvar award. So Thiruvalluvar is a very famous uh, uh, very famous author from Kerala. Okay, he's a revered figure in Tamil Nadu. So obviously I'm going to connect D with 3 also. Okay, so as I can see, only in option number B, C is connected with 2 and D is connected with 3. Okay, for someone who is aware, is from Haryana, they might know that Haryana's literary award is Sur Samman, and Gujarat, if someone is from Gujarat or has some idea of Gujarat, then they might know that your Sahitya Gaurav Puraskar is from the state of Gujarat. Okay, so as you can see, for 61, the correct option is obviously going to be option B now. Okay, so sometimes you can use logic, you can use your general awareness of certain terminologies, and you can easily answer such kind of questions. Okay, so the correct one for 61 is going to be B. Okay, so one idea which I have one particular thing which I can suggest to students is that if you are preparing for AILET GK, then do not be like that you have to mug up the facts. Sometimes having general awareness and applying yourself, if you apply yourself in GK paper, then you can actually get good marks here also. Okay, moving on to the next question, a very easy question, something which we have done in detail, your Israel-Hamas issue. And this year, this was in news because one country actually went to the International Court of Justice or ICJ World Court or UN Court, and there they have basically complained against Israel for basically doing genocide in the region of Gaza. Okay, so which country had basically complained to the ICJ? So it was country of South Africa. So South Africa went to the ICJ against Israel, claiming that they are violating the genocide convention by committing genocide in Gaza by killing innocent civilians there. Okay, so correct answer for 62 is going to be option D. Okay, let's move to the next one. Again, a very important topic, and I told students after CLAT exam, do not be under the impression that if CLAT has asked question on these particular topics, AILET would not ask you, because AILET does not look at CLAT exam before preparing their exam, or they don't discuss that these questions are going to be in CLAT and these are going to be in your particular AILET exam. Okay, so Operation Sindoor, yes, that was an important topic, and one of the particular spotlight of Operation Sindoor was that when the press conference was conducted by our armed forces, they actually choose 2 women officers to represent India at the international forum. And who were the 2 officers who represented India? So they were representing Air Force was Wing Commander Yomika Singh, and to represent Army there was Colonel Sofia Qureshi. So correct answer for 63 was obviously option A. Easy question, I am sure all of you must have attempted it. Okay, another very important one-liner. Why? Because this woman has become the first women Prime Minister of Japan. So before this particular event, there has never been in history of Japan there has been a particular women Prime Minister. But for the first time, Sanae Takaichi has become the first women Prime Minister of Japan. So correct answer for 64 is going to be option B. Okay, moving on. Again, not an easy question, but I think some of you might have been able to attempt it, might have read it somewhere. Okay, the question was, India recently achieved a major breakthrough in gene therapy, marking the first successful indigenous clinical trial for hemophilia treatment. The trial was supported by Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and was done in which major hospital? Okay, so again it was a big achievement in the field of medicine. So you can see here AILET has been focusing on your science and tech and your medical sector this year. Okay, and they have asked you, where did the first successful indigenous clinical trial for hemophilia treatment was conducted, in which particular hospital? So it was conducted at Christian Medical College in Vellore, a renowned hospital, and it was at this particular hospital that the first successful indigenous clinical trial for hemophilia treatment was undertaken in India. So correct answer for 65 is going to be option A. Okay, moving on to the next one. Again, a very easy question. So I am sure all of you must have been aware of the Sagar Doctrine of India. Okay, so India has a very famous Sagar Doctrine, which stands for security and growth for all in the region. Okay, So this is the Indian Ocean Doctrine of India, or it is India's doctrine for Indian Ocean. Now this year or last year we had announced this particular initiative also, Mahasagar initiative, where all the naval persons, all the naval personals or naval chiefs basically sit together and they try to find out what is the best way in which we can secure our particular Indian Ocean from outside threats. Okay, so this specific particular initiative was launched. Okay, so if I look at the options, I know the full form of Mahasagar, but I was just looking at which are the particular option where at least Sagar has been given as correctly. So I can see here that this one across regions and this one have basically given the right particular meaning. Okay, so this and this, these two are basically eliminated, so I have to choose between these two. Now it is not about maritime alliance, it is about mutual and holistic advancement. So Maha stands for mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth for all in the region or across region. Okay, so correct answer for 66 is going to be option B. Okay, I hope you have been able to attempt at least this question also correctly. Okay, now let's move to the next one. Okay, let's look at question number 67. There is a rich diversity of regional music in India. Match the following. Okay, again, it might be difficult for some, but again, if you would look at the options, there is no particular option which is repeated in any of the options apart from this A first. Okay, so someone who belongs to Maharashtra might know that Povada is a particular music, state music in Maharashtra. Okay, so if you even know one of these four, then it becomes possible for you to answer these particular question. I know if you know of Sohar in Manipur, there are two options are there which has this particular match the following, but for others it is not, it is different for all the other options. Okay, so if I can connect D to 3, I would see that only option D talks about it. So Sohar is connected to Uttar Pradesh, Sana Lamok is connected to Manipur, Laman is connected with Himachal Pradesh, and Povada is connected to Maharashtra. Okay, so correct answer for 67 is obviously going to be option D now. Okay, okay, moving on to the next one. Okay, so this was the question. Okay, this was the question which I was talking about. This is a question which I am sure all CLATPrep student must have attempted correctly. For someone who is not aware of this experiment, it might be a difficult question. So if we look at previous year AILET examination, they usually ask such kind of psychological experiments also. What was the name of that famous experiment? That is one of the questions which are asked every year now. Okay, so this was the question which was in your mock number 46. You can go and cross check in mock 46. I think question 5 of GK was with regard to this experiment only. Okay, so what was this experiment? So this is a 1971 experiment at a major university by Philip Zimbardo, often cited in discussion on abuse of power and institutional accountability. Did college students randomly assign contrasting social roles within a simulated correctional environment begin exhibiting extreme behaviors that revealed the powerful influence of situational factors on human conduct and authority? So basically, two groups were created and they were given a right to give electric shock to a particular person to find out the truth. And it was found that even though the electricity was increased, still they kept giving shock to the particular person also. Okay, and this was a very famous experiment which showed that it is not necessary that even sane people or even persons who are against violence, when given power and authority, they can also resort to violence. Okay, and that is a very famous, the Stanford prison experiment. Okay, so this is something which has been asked in your mocks also. So correct answer for 68 is going to be option B. Okay, moving on, a very easy question. Why it is easy? Because out of these 4, 3 were awarded Bharat Ratna previous year only. Okay, so it becomes an easy question for you all. Which of the following, who among the following is not a Bharat Ratna awardee? So PV Narasimha Rao, LK Advani and Bhupendra Kumar Hazarika are the recent awardees of Bharat Ratna, but Ratan Naval Tata or Ratan Tata, who died this year only, has not been awarded Bharat Ratna yet. So correct answer for 69 is obviously option D, and I am sure all of you must have attempted it correctly. Okay, okay, so one easy question. Every year they would ask, let's say they would do a match of following of exercise, or they might ask you a particular day, which particular day or International Women's Day falls on a which particular date. Okay, so I'm sure So most of you must have attempted correctly. So the student have attempted wrong. Your International Women Day is celebrated on 8th of March. Okay, so it is 8th of March when you have your International Women Day. So 70th, the answer is 8th March. Okay, so someone who is preparing for next year, what they can prepare is, when does our National Women's Day takes place? Okay, if you know the answer already, then you can answer it. And why do we celebrate our National Women's Day on that date? That also you can add in the comment box. Anyway, the International Women's Day is on 8th March. Okay, moving on to the next one. India's first women chief minister was. So who was India's first women chief minister? So India's first women chief minister was Sucheta Kriplani, and she became the chief minister of the state of Uttar Pradesh. Okay, so correct answer for 71 is going to be B. I'm sure you have attempted this also correctly. Okay, 71 answer is B. Okay, moving on to the next one. Again, I would suggest not a easy question, because here you have to match a particular tribe to the particular state to which they belong. Okay, so in this particular case, I was aware that Gaddi tribe belongs to Himachal Pradesh. Okay, so I would see that only this option C is connected with 3, nowhere else C is connected to 3. Again, I know at first look it looks a difficult question, but if you give enough time to this particular question, apply logic, think about it, then you might be able to derive the answer out of the options also. Okay, so C is connected to 3. So in this option, Sora is Odisha, Ryang is in Tripura. Okay, Ryang is also a particular tribe which is not just in Tripura. It is a tribe which is spread in northeast of India. So you can find Ryang tribe in Assam also, in Tripura also, and other states also of northeast. So B is connected to second, and you can see here Ryang connected with Tripura is only in option B also. Okay, so either you know Ryang is of Tripura or Gaddi of Himachal Pradesh, then you can easily answer this question also. So correct answer 72 is going to be option B. Okay, moving on to the next one. Which of the following is India's first indigenously discovered antibiotic noted for its effectiveness against resistant respiratory infection? So again, a question from one of the discovery which has been done in the medical field. So which is India's first indigenously discovered antibiotics noted for its effectiveness against resistant respiratory infection? So that is nephithromycin. Nephithromycin was the antibiotic noted for India's for its effectiveness against resistant respiratory infection, and it is India's first indigenously discovered antibiotic. So correct answer 73 is going to be option D. Okay, moving on. Which of the following country has not formally recognized Palestine as a state? So two questions from the Israel-Palestine issue. Okay, one was that which country has taken Israel to ICJ, and the other is which of the following country has not recognized. And why it is an important question? Because out of these 4 countries, 3 had recognized Palestine this year only. And which are those 3 countries? So 3 countries which announced that they are going to recognize Palestine last year and they have recognized it this year are your countries of France, Australia and Canada. But Japan is one country which has not yet formally recognized Palestine as a country or as a state. So correct answer of 74 is going to be option D. Okay, again moving on to the next question. Again, whenever you see a lengthy question, I believe it becomes a easier question, because examiner is of the view that you might not even read the particular statement because you feel like it's going to waste a lot of time and you don't know the answer to this. Okay, and a logical giveaway was that I could see that these are very lengthier option and this is something related to science. And I don't think that if your examiner is going to ask you a question, specifically if it is asking you one of the chakra of India AI Impact Summit. Okay, so this was something which is also in your GK Mantra, again from GK Mantra. And if you remember, in this India AI Impact Summit, India had announced 7 chakras. 7 chakras were announced, which are basically the principles. Okay, which are basically the principles on which your AI development should be based upon. Okay, and these three were one of the 7 chakras, but science is not one of the chakras. Okay, because why it can't be one of the chakras? Because these chakras are talking about what should be the impact, or how should we develop AI, or what should be the impact of AI on society. So whenever we are developing AI, we should be concerned about resilience, innovation, efficiency. We should be concerned about AI governance and regulation. We should be concerned about inclusion for social empowerment. but AI Impact Summit has nothing to do with science. Okay, so I would have marked option D is the correct one, otherwise also. Okay, so correct answer for 75 is option D. Okay, moving on to the next one. Okay, so this time they have went ahead. This time they went ahead in asking the tennis Grand Slam, and rather than asking you the winner of the women's Wimbledon, they have this time asked you that who was the runner-up in the particular Wimbledon championship. Okay, so Iga Swiatek, yes, she was the winner of women's single title at the 2025 Wimbledon championship, but they have asked you that who she defeated in the finals. So she played against Amanda Anisimova. Amanda Anisimova, who is from America. She is an American tennis player, and it was against her that she won this particular tournament. Okay, so correct answer for 76 is going to be option B. Okay, moving on to the next one. I am sure if you were in the habit of reading newspaper, or if you had history, if you have read about some history of India or art and culture in India, then you must have been able to answer this. So Madhubani painting, which is a very famous art form, this is also known as Mithilia art. Okay, otherwise also called as Mithila art, because Mithila is a region in Bihar from where this particular painting is basically from where this particular painting comes from. Okay, so this Madhubani painting or Madhubani art is a famous art from of which Indian states? It is Bihar. Okay, and I expect you must have been able to answer because this was coming in news regularly because of the Bihar election this year. Okay, so correct answer 77 is going to be option B. Okay, moving on to the next one. What was year 2025 observed as by Ministry of Defence? So Ministry of Defence observed 2025 as year of reforms. And what was the theme? What was the basic objective of this declaration of year 2025 as year of reforms? So the basic particular aim of declaring this year of reform was to basically make India self-reliant in defense manufacturing. Okay, and if you can see these four options, you can see here this option A talks about what was the aim of this particular year of reforms. So the aim was enhancing defense manufacturing capabilities to achieve full self-reliance and global competitiveness. So correct answer for this particular question is going to be A. Okay. Okay, moving on to the next one. Okay. Okay, so finally, I think these are the last two questions from the GK section. Okay, so let's look at question number 79. Okay, again, not an easy question. Question is Chufat. Chufat is a dance form associated most prominently with the state of which particular country. So there are 2-3 questions I think in this particular paper. There was at least one more question where the correct answer was Sikkim. Okay, and Sikkim comes up in this particular paper at least 4 or 5 times. So either the examiner comes from the state of Sikkim, or he might have went for a holiday in Sikkim. That's why he is asking 3-4 questions on Sikkim this time. Okay, so Chufat is a dance form associated most prominently with state of Sikkim. Again, a difficult question for someone from 11th-12th class, unless he or she has interest in knowing different dance forms or specifically regional dance forms of India. Okay, okay, this was, so correct answer 79 is going to be option B. Now finally your last question. Okay, so last question from GK. Again, I believe you might have been able to attempt it correctly. Okay, so something which is always advisable. Sorry. Okay, so yes, so you must have answered this particular question correctly. So the question was the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to Maria Corina Machado. She received the prize for what particular thing? So even if you are aware that she belongs to which particular country, you could have easily answered this. So yesterday only she could not come to receive that particular award because she is hiding at a particular location because of a threat to her life, and her daughter went to Norway to receive her particular award. Okay, so this was something which was in news yesterday. And if you know that she belongs to Venezuela and she has been fighting a very long battle for democratic rights. Okay, she has been fighting for democratic rights. She has been fighting against authoritarianism. She has been fighting against authoritarianism in Venezuelan government. Okay, and she has been awarded for her such a long struggle in the field of politics of Venezuela, and for this particular purpose she has now been awarded. She was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. So if I look at option A, promoting democratic rights for the people of Venezuela in the struggle to achieve a just and peaceful transition from dictatorship to democracy. And yes, that was the reason, that was a specific reason why this was awarded to given to Maria Corina Machado. Okay, so students, these were the answers to your particular GK section. Okay, and I hope all of you have given the right answers.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I've already told you in the beginning, for those who were not there in the starting or in the beginning of the class, I expect any score of 20 plus. It's a good score. So GK section was not easy. GK was difficult this year, but still 20 plus is a achievable score. You have to score 20 plus if you want to get into NLU Delhi, and if you are scoring somewhere 23 plus, that's a very good score. Okay, so these are the first impression of GK section. Possibly we are going to update you with a better particular marker for this. So your score projection is also available on the website of CLATPrep. So there you can check your score also by putting your particular prospective score in that particular score calculator, and you can find your specific score. As of now, we believe any score about 20 plus is a very good score, and if you are scoring anything about 23 plus, that is also a very good score. Okay, so that's it from CLATPrep Jaipur for GK section. Now I would hand it over to sir, who's going to continue with the rest of the section. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kuldeep sir. That was a great analysis and detailed one at the same time. So folks, now we will start off with the keys for the remaining sections. We'll start off with English now. We are going with the star marked paper, right? The correlation, the individual code-wise keys will be uploaded on our CLATPrep website. As Kuldeep was saying, the work is going on. The pages should be live any moment now. Till then, you can, if you want the keys, so stay tuned, and we will give you the question-wise keys, starting off with the asterisk mark paper here. All right. So now let's look at the first question. The first question in this column type RC, the first question, the answer is Bombay, B. The second question, the answer is C. And the third question, the answer is, for the phrase arbitrary governance question, the answer is B. That is the answer for the third question. And for the fourth question, which is an assertion reason based question, the answer is option A. All right. So continuing with this passage, let's move to question number 5. Which of the following conclusions can be logically deduced? I'm not going into details in this thing. We will actually have a question by question solution just after we are done with giving you the keys. All right. So let me now quickly give you the keys so that you have some idea of your performance. And those questions which you think you have got wrong, you stay tuned and stay with this video where we will discuss the individual solutions. All right. So now the fifth question, which of the following conclusions can be logically deduced? For this, the answer is D. So you have the paper with you. So you can therefore, regardless of the code of the paper, you can quickly go to this passage and check if your answer is right or wrong. Right. Then sixth question, if McBride were to, that is the question. For that question, the answer is option B. For the seventh question, which of the following can be reasonably inferred? The answer is A. Right. So let's move to the eighth question. For the eighth question in this set, Nicholas McBride, this is the answer, right? Now for the ninth question, option A is the answer for the question number 9. Let's now quickly move to the second passage. Now the second passage here is starting with democracy. Quickly, I'll give you a couple of seconds so that you can move to that passage. Democracy often hailed as the most equitable form, right? A passage on democracy, not a very long, slightly over a page, right? Just 3-4 lines over a page. Now here we have question number 10. The word democracy originally means power of the people, right? Then what does inclusive mean? Inclusive means accepting. Option B. Then here for question number 12, option C is the answer. Question number 13, weak, exposed to harm is the answer. Question number 14, shortage of essential resources. That is the answer for question number 14. For question number 15, the answer is it permits the rich to exert. This is the answer for this question. Question number 16, this is the answer, social media platforms. Option B is the answer for question number 16. Now, question number 17, which of the following best illustrates? The answer is option A. Question number 18, based on the passage, which statement best captures? The answer is the last option, option D for this question. Question number, then we're moving on to the next question. So this is the next passage. The passage starts with the integration of artificial intelligence. So if you have a paper coded differently than this is the star mark paper, just so that all of you know, you move to, in your paper, move to this passage and be ready. I'm going to give you the keys now, right? Here, question number 19, option C, reinforcing bias and reducing fairness is the answer. Question number 20, we have it helps police deploy, which is it helps deploy police. Option B is the answer for question number 20. Question number 21 is option A. Question number 22 is also option A. Why does a lack of transparency? That is the question. Option A is the answer. Then question number 23, opaqueness, meaning of opaqueness, lack of visibility or understanding. Question number 24, reviewing training data. Option C is the answer for question number 24. Then we will go to question number 25 in this paper, in this series. Again, for those of you, this is the asterisk, star mark, asterisk mark, right? Then question number 25, without transparency. That is the answer. Question number 26, option A, AI models is the answer. Now let's move to the next passage. The next passage, the first sentence is, I have still to be brother to a prince. That is how the passage starts. So in your paper, wherever this passage is, go to that passage and be ready so that you can take the keys that I give you, right? Now here we have question number 27. The answer is homeless wanderer. What is the word? Vagabond means. Vagabond means homeless wanderer. That is question number 27. And we now go to question number 28. In question number 28, the answer is option B. Question number 29, the answer is option C. Question number 30, the answer is option D. Question number 31, the answer is option A. Question number 31, the answer is option A. Question number 32, the answer is option D. Question number 33, it is option B, right? So that does it with this passage. So we have two more, look like we have some more, 2-3 more passages left. So the next passage starts with the advent of social media. The advent of social media, go to this passage in your paper. Hope you have found it already. Take a couple of more seconds before I start giving the keys for this paper. Now, here we have question number 34. Now, question number 34. In question number 34, the answer is option C. Then question number 35, answer is option B. Right? I hope all of you are able to follow me. I hope I'm not going too fast or making you not get the keys correctly. So if you want, let me know in the comments if you want me to go a bit slow. Right? I'll pause for a couple of minutes before all of you adjust to the pace. Right? And hoping that all of you adjust to the pace. Let's go to question number 36. Question number 36, the answer is option C, traditional media. Question number 37, social media, option C, social media has democratized information. That is the answer. There are two options with social media in there. Be careful. Option C, social media has democratized information is the right answer. Then question number 38, an assertion reason question. And here we have option B as the answer for this question. Question number 39, option A is the answer for question number 39. Then we have question number 40. Option C is the answer for question number 40. Then let's move to the next passage. In the recent years, this is how this passage starts. It's about urban gardening. In the recent years, urban gardening has emerged. That is how the passage starts. So quickly go to that passage in your paper, and I will start giving the keys for this very soon. Okay. All right. Let's move up and let's look at questions. What is the first question? The first question is question number 41 in this passage. And the answer for this is option B. The answer for this is option B. Then question number 42, using compost enrichment, option C is the answer for question number 42. Question number 43, to obtain fresher produce. This is the answer for question number 43. Then question number 44, it lowers city temperatures. It lowers city temperatures. Question option A is the answer for question number 44. Then question number 45, again option A, the lack of organized communal support. Right? That is question number 45. Question number 46, the phrase symbolic reclamation of space agency is the question, and the answer is gaining emotional and psychological well-being. Right? Question number 47, social cooperation enhances the benefits of gardening, which is option B. Question number 47, option B. Question number 48 is also option B, seeking more autonomy over personal food and environmental choices. And question number 49 is option D. Question number 49 is option D. Question number 50 is option B. Now with this, we are done with the key of all the 50 questions in the English section. GK section, the keys you have already received from Kuldeep sir, live from Jaipur. And for LR section, we're going to start the keys now in a moment. Before that, all of you put in the comments what is the score that you got in the English section. We'll give you about 15-20 seconds so that you can quickly count the responses that you've got in your English section and also in the GK section, for which Kuldeep sir has already given the keys. So there are 30 questions in GK, there are 50 questions in English. That's 80 questions, more than half the paper. The key is already there with you. So quickly count the responses. We'll give you about 15, 20, 30 seconds so that you can count and put your responses in the group. All right? So I'll be waiting for your responses. So quickly put them so that we can discuss them. We'll see how you have done in your responses. Come on, folks. Count them. Count the questions. Count the number of right answers. And don't just give your right answers. You give your responses. You give me 3 data points. You give me 3 data points. English, number of questions attempted, number of questions correct, number of questions incorrect. That is what you give me for English. Similarly, for GK, number of questions attempted, number of questions correct, and number of questions incorrect. That's what you give me for GK. For both the sections, give me these 2 data points. Number of questions attempted, number of questions correct, number of questions incorrect. Because as you heard, our senior faculty from Jaipur and Bangalore talking about the difficulty level of the paper. GK, they said, is tough. GK is not easy. Similarly, English, they said, is easy to moderate, or more towards, tending towards easy maybe, because the number of passages have gone down. Therefore, it has become easy for the student. For example, if I count the passages here, the last passage we have is passage number 6. 6 passages in the paper, down from 8 passages we had last year. So that is a huge reduction, which means overall the paper has become that much more manageable, that much more digestible, that much more workable. So which means we hope all of you have got enough number of attempts to get to that magical cutoff mark that takes you into NLU Delhi. All right. So come on, folks, input your number of attempts, correct answers, incorrect answers, so that we will start off. We can, once you start inputting those numbers, we will move to the LR keys. That is the last thing which is standing between us and the individual question wise solutions. Individual question wise solutions. So come on, folks, let's get your inputs and let's start off with the individual question solutions. Let's get ready. Waiting for your inputs. Come on, people. Got feedback that many are extremely happy with their performance, in the exam, because the paper has turned out to be a lot more easier than expected, right? So let's now hope that all of you, while some of you have input your scores, some of you have not input your scores, let's hope all of you have got good scores, and let's move on to the keys in the GK section. So starting off with GK, let's move to the GK section. So we'll skip the, sorry, let's move to the LR section. We'll skip the GK section and move straight away to GK, to LR. So now we have, let's move to LR section, starting with question number 81. Yes. Okay. Now 81, it's a syllogism question. It's a syllogism question, and the answer is A. 82 and 83 are critical reasoning questions. We'll come back in a moment for the keys for them. Let's 84, which is also a syllogism question. Syllogisms, as all of you know, is a standard question type that appears umpteen number of questions. Umpteen number of questions come in AILET on syllogisms. The answer for this question is C, question number 84. Question number 85, we'll skip for now. We'll come back when we do the CR part of the questions. Question number 86 is also a syllogisms based question, and the answer for that is A. Question number 87 is an analytical puzzle. This is an analytical puzzle, and the answer for this is option C. That is question number 87, folks. Let's now move to question number 88. Now, question number 88 is again a syllogisms question, and the answer for this is option A. Question number 89 is C. Question number 89 is C. Question number 90 is A. Question number 91 is B. Question number 92 is also B. Question number 93 is A. Question number 94 is A. 95 is a series question. The series question, the answer is A. 96, we'll come back to 96 in a moment. Let's go to 98 straight away, which is the first legal reasoning question. Excuse me, this is the first legal reasoning question, and this question is on strict liability. This question is on strict liability. The answer for this is option A. Now, question 99 is again a syllogisms-based question. Question 99, it's a syllogisms-based question, and the answer is option D. Option D here, and this is also a syllogisms-based question. Let's go to question number 100. Again, a syllogisms-based question, and the answer is option C. Question number 101, again a legal reasoning-based question, and it's a question on negligence. It's a question on negligence, and the answer is option B. Question number 102 is a verbal analogy question. Verbal analogy question, and the answer is option B. Justice is to law is as to governance is to polity. Right? That's 102. 103 is also a verbal analogy question. Keyboard typist versus paintbrush and artist. Right? That is option A. Question 104 is again a verbal analogy question. Root is to tree is as to foundation is to house. Again, a verbal analogy question. Option A for 104. Now moving on to 105. 105 is legal reasoning on natural justice. Natural justice. The answer is option B for question number 5. Question number 105, I mean. 106, again a syllogisms-based question. The answer is option A. 107 is a verbal analogy question. And the answer again is option A. Artist is to painting is the same as author is to novel. 108 is a syllogisms-based question again. And the answer is option B. B for Bombay. 109 and 110, we'll come back in a moment. And let's look at the question number 111, which is a series-based question. And this is an option A. This is a series-based question, option A. 112 is syllogisms again. And the answer is option A, I'm sorry. And the answer is option A. 113 is coding, decoding. 113 is coding and decoding. And the answer is option C. 114 is again a series-based question. And the answer is option C. 115 is again a verbal analogy question. And the answer is option D. 116 is a series-based question. 116 is a series-based question. The answer is option C. 117 is again a coding and decoding question. And the answer is option B. 118 is the answer is, just go back up slightly. 118 is option C. 119 is option A. 120 is also option A. 121 is again a verbal analogy question. Again, lots of verbal analogies, syllogisms, coding, decoding, series questions that we have seen so far. And this is option B. 122, again a verbal analogy question. And the answer is option B, symphony. 133 is again a series-based question. Series-based question, the answer is option C. 124 is option B. 124 is again a syllogisms-based question, option B. 125 is again a syllogisms-based question. Syllogisms-based question, answer is option A. 126 is a critical reasoning question. A is the answer. 127 is again a syllogisms-based question, with B being the answer. 128 is again a syllogisms-based question, with A as the answer. Here is a contract analogy-based question. While it's a syllogism-based question, it's a contract analogy-based question, right? A is the answer for this question. 129 also has A as the answer, is also again a syllogisms-based question. 130 is a series, 130 is option D, critical reasoning question. 131 is a series-based question with C as the answer. 132 has option A as the answer, and it's a syllogisms question. 133 is a critical reasoning question with B as the answer. 34 is also a critical reasoning question with A as the answer. This is the questions, new type of questions that came in this year, where a passage is followed by two questions. So 133 and 34 follow the passage, the short passage given here. This is a short passage followed by these two questions, 33 and 34. All right, let's move to 135. It's a blood relations question. The answer is option B. Fairly simple question. 136, we'll come back to 136 in a while. 137 is a syllogisms-based question, option B. 138 is also a syllogisms-based question, option B. 139 is a series-based question, option C. 139 is a series-based question, option C. And 140, we have 140, again a syllogisms-based question, lots of syllogisms-based questions. The next one is also a syllogisms-based question, and the answer for both these questions is option A. 142 is a legal reasoning question. This is a legal reasoning question, and this is again based on negligence. So this year there are two questions from negligence in the legal reasoning area. The answer for this question is option B. 143, 44, 45 are critical reasoning questions. We'll come back to them in a moment. 146 is also a critical reasoning question, and the answer is option A. 147, the answer is option D. 148, the answer is option A. Option A, I'm sorry, let me re-put that. Yeah. 149 is a series. These two are series questions. As you can see, both these are questions on series. This answer for 49 is option C, and the answer for 50 is option D. All right. So that concludes the key section. There are a couple of critical reasoning questions where we'll come back because these questions require a bit of a debate, right? They do not seem to be so straightforward. So we'll come back to this and solve these questions. Give the keys to you when we do the individual question discussion for these questions. All right. So with that, I hand over the stage to Sumita ma'am. She is from the English department at Hyderabad. So she will help us go through the question by question solution for all the English questions. All right. So we'll give her a moment. Welcome, Sumita.
Thank you, Ramnath. And hello, students. I hope you all performed properly in the exam because from whatever inputs I got from the students, the paper or the English section rather was not very difficult. The passages are very, very readable. And when compared to last year, I feel that the difficulty level was slightly lower. Okay, I hope you'd agree with me. Now let's take a look at each of the passages and the questions, and let me quickly explain why the key that we have given you, the answers are correct. Okay, so let's go to the, hang on for a bit. I'm sure all of you must be feeling relaxed after your exam and you must have put in a lot of efforts and so much of night study would have gone into your preparation. Now, I hope you have been able to breathe easy, and this explanation of key also and the questions will tell you where you stand with regard to your performance. Okay, so we begin now. This is the first part of the English section, and it says read the given book descriptions and answer the following questions. Now, you're aware of this question type, and because all of you who have been our students, we have been giving you these type of passages and these kind of questions, and of course our difficulty level of questions has been much higher. So I'm sure all of our students would certainly have found this part of the English section on these three excerpts and the questions from them much easier because of the practice. Okay, so now we have this first book or excerpt from The Rule of Law by Tom Bingham. The second is Justice, What's the Right Thing to Do by Michael J. Sandel, and Letters to a Law Student by Nicholas J. McBride. Okay, so I'm not taking you through each of the sentences because you have already gone through it, and I don't want a lot of time to be wasted. But let's directly go to the questions, and when I take you through the questions, I'll come back and tell you or point out to those parts from which we get some clarity. Okay, so here we go. Here's the first question from this. According to Just a minute, please. There seems to be some problem here. Okay, so here it is. This is the first question. According to Tom Bingham, the rule of law primarily serves to do what? Guarantee the enforcement of criminal sanctions and civil penalties in equal measure, ensure that the exercise of public power remains fair, transparent, and subject to moral constraint, promote the swift execution of governmental decisions for administrative convenience, or establish the authority of the judiciary over all branches of governance in perpetuity. Now, we need to go back to the first part, okay, to the first extract, which gives us some idea. So, the rule of law by Tom Bingham, because this question specifically mentions according to Tom Bingham. So, now answering this question will not have made you waste a lot of time, because at least when the reference is given, you can directly go to that part. Okay, so here it is, and a quick reading again, and that will give you. So what the rule of law primarily serves to do what? Now the answer could be from the last part. Okay, here. For Bingham, the rule of law represents a moral ideal, one that sustains public trust in justice and curbs arbitrary governance. Now, the choice is ensure that the exercise of public power remains fair, transparent, and subject to moral constraint. So you've done a reading of it, and finally we find that this is the summary of whatever he has mentioned in his book. Okay, so that's the correct answer. Now we understand, while this was not very difficult to arrive at, now why are the other choices incorrect? The rule of law primarily serves to guarantee the enforcement of criminal sanctions and civil penalties in equal measure. Now, did he mention it at all? This is, go through it now. Yeah. So this says, he explores how the principle of legality underpins modern democratic life. He defines the rule of law as more than just adherence to formal rules, blah, blah, blah. The assurance that power is exercised within clear, fair, and publicly known boundaries distills the concept into 8 principles. So you find that there is nothing that is, in line with what the first option says. So this would have been easy to eliminate. Promote the swift execution of governmental decisions for administrative convenience also was not given in that excerpt. And D says establish the authority of the judiciary over all branches of governance in perpetuity. Now, take a look at where he mentions these 8 principles. He distills the concepts into 8 principles, including 1, equality before the law, access to justice, respect for fundamental human rights. Drawing on cases and historical examples, he warns about national security and administrative efficiency must never override the rights of individuals. And the book, what does it do? Bridges legal philosophy and practice. So we find that the last option can also be eliminated by quickly going through. You don't have to scan everything, just quickly check for keywords, and if they are mentioned in that excerpt, then you need to focus on that. But this was a very easy to do question, and I'm sure all of you must have arrived at the correct answer. Okay, now we have the next one, the second one. From Sandal's argument. Now, when Sandal's argument is given, directly go to the part, of course, read the question stem, and then it's always good to go to the part, and I'm sure all of you must have done this. So from Sandal's argument, one may reasonably infer that he would most likely do what? A says support limiting ethical debates, B oppose moral discussion, encourage public reasoning about moral values, or suggest that moral philosophy and legal practice should remain entirely independent disciplines. Now, let us go back to the excerpt. Okay, what was it? Sandal's argument. It was the second one. So quickly read through it. Examines what? Moral reasoning in law and politics. And then examples with the help of these examples, price gouging, affirmative action, taxation. What does he do? Invites readers to explore competing notions of fairness. Then he engages with philosophical traditions, utilitarianism, libertarianism, and Rawlsian egalitarianism to show that questions of justice cannot be separated. So this part was important. From the questions of virtue and the common good, Sandal rejects the idea of a morally neutral, neutral legal system, arguing that public deliberation about values is essential to democracy. So this part was important. What does it mention? That he rejects the idea of a morally neutral legal system. So this word, when it was given in quotes, it was necessary that you go back and refer to it. So going through all this tells us that the first option can be eliminated, which says support. No, where was I? Yeah, the last one, that moral philosophy and legal practice should remain entirely independent disciplines. Now, don't get confused, because what he has mentioned is something related to neutrality, and this is not suggested. So this cannot be inferred. Does he support limiting ethical debates in law to preserve neutrality in governance? He does mention neutrality, but this is not what the passage tells us. Oppose moral discussion and legal reasoning can be eliminated, or you may have eliminated it quite easily. And there is nothing which, I'm so sorry, the answer is C. Encourage public reasoning about moral values as essential to a democratic legal order. So this is in line with what we have read now. Whenever it's an inference question, I hope you remember that we have to focus on the facts that are given to us and not go by whatever is given to you in the passage. So it's not a direct statement taken from the passage and then put in an option that you would have you have to fall for. So I hope you got this answer correct, and the practice that you have had from our sessions would certainly have helped you. Okay. The next one is the phrase arbitrary governance in Bingham's description most nearly means. So this is clearly a very simple vocab question. Okay, arbitrary. We all understand the meaning of the word arbitrary. Arbitrary is something that doesn't follow any order. It is something which is random, and the options themselves would have given you the correct choice. If not, of course, a quick look at the description that was given to us in the column on Bingham. Okay, so where is it? Yeah, here. Okay, so you need to, of course, skim quickly, because this itself is a little difficult and it should not make you lose time in the process. Here it is. For Bingham, the rule of law represents a moral ideal, one that sustains public interest, trust in justice, and curbs arbitrary governance. So it curbs arbitrary governance. Now, the word before the adjective should have given you an idea. If curbs, which means to prevent something, should tell you that we have to look for something which is negative. So what is arbitrary governance? It is not a government based on fixed and universally accepted principles. It's a very positive thing. Authority exercise without consistency. So here we are, without consistency, justification, or accountability. Decision making guided by collective moral judgment and civic consensus, also so positive, and we cannot associate with it with arbitrary governance. Administrative action founded on transparent, legal, and rational reasoning is exactly the opposite. So this also was a very easy kind of question. I hope you were able to answer it accurately and you did not lose time in searching for that part in which this phrase was given. The next one. In the context of the above passage, consider the following assertion and reason and select the appropriate option. Now, this kind of question also you have had a lot of practice with, and we got this question again this year. So it was there was no surprise element at all in the English section. Okay, what does the assertion say? McBride believes that studying law is not merely about acquiring knowledge of legal rules, and the reason is he argues that true legal understanding requires both analytical skill and ethical reflection. Okay, so we know that this is something that we came across in the text that is related to McBride, where it was written that he believes that studying law, okay, yeah, let's go back to it. Yeah. Okay, so what does it mention? Letters to a law student is a practical and reflective guide for aspiring lawyers. Written as a series of letters, blah, 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 it explores what a legal study truly involves. And what is it? Mastering case analysis, understanding precedents, developing critical reasoning. He distinguishes between two things. What are those two aspects? One is knowledge of law, and then thinking like a lawyer. And the latter, which is thinking like a lawyer, according to him, requires analytical discipline and ethical awareness. He emphasizes that good lawyers combine intellectual rigor with moral judgment and clarity of expression. So this part is important. Beyond academic success, his letters urge students to reflect on law's purpose, to balance order, justice, and compassion in human affairs. The book thus offers both pragmatic advice, sensible, wise, judicious advice, and deeper, deeper meditation on the vocation of law in shaping a fair society. Okay, now to the question. So the assertion is he believes that studying law is not merely about acquiring knowledge of legal rules. Yes. He argues that true legal understanding requires what? Both analytical and ethical reflection. So both of these are true, and R is the correct explanation of A also. I hope is clear by the part that I explained just now and pointed out to you. So we can eliminate the remaining answers. Fifth one. Which of the following conclusions can be logically deduced as a point of agreement among the perspectives of the three lawyers? Okay, so all the perspectives. Now for this, of course, you needed to have some deeper understanding, and just one individual or independent reading would not have sufficed. So the best way is to always eliminate. Okay, the process of elimination for this section worked a lot. Okay, because I got a feedback that whenever my students at least called up and told me they were confused, then what they did was they started eliminating those options which were absolutely incorrect, contradictory, illogical, irrelevant. And for certain questions where there was some confusion, or the question per se appeared to be difficult because the stem seemed that way, they were able to arrive at the correct answer. Okay, so let us go through all the choices. Justice is attainable only when laws remain morally neutral and socially detached. The question was, which conclusion can be logically deduced as a point of agreement? Okay, among the perspectives of all the three authors. So if we go with A, it is something which is, which is associated with only one of the three authors. Okay, so we eliminate this. Then legal education and moral philosophy are unrelated domains of study. Also is not something which we can say all the authors were agreeable on, or this cannot be considered the point of agreement for all of these authors. Legal authority should rest solely on codified statutes and administrative precedents also. So we have D now. Okay. Law must integrate both technical precision and moral purpose to maintain legitimacy. All the three would agree on this, because somewhere in some part of the text you would have understood that all three were in agreement or mentioned something to this effect. So all of them would agree only on this, and we cannot go for any choice which gives us the perspective of only one of the three authors. Okay. The next question now, question number 6. Okay, so in this booklet, this was a 6th question. If McBride were to respond to Bingham's conception of the rule of law, he would most likely argue that. So for this, we needed to keep in mind the opinion of each of these individually and then connect. Okay. If McBride were to respond to Bingham's conception of the rule of law. So let's go back again to the part in which the text is given to us. Okay, let's go a little back again. And of course, the back and forth is very important and necessary. Okay, Bingham. Now, the rule of law, somewhere towards the end, he says for Bingham, the rule of law represents a moral ideal, one that sustains public trust in justice and curbs arbitrary governance. And what was the question? The question was, just a minute. If McBride were to respond to Bingham's conception of the rule of law, he would most likely argue that. Would he argue that moral ideals should not interfere with the practical application and interpretation of legal principles? I just now read out to you what Bingham's idea was, okay, regarding the rule of law. Now, if McBride were to respond to him, so we need to check what the understanding or ideology of McBride was. So go back to the part again. Yeah, here it is. McBride's letters urge students to reflect on law's purpose, to balance order, justice, compassion in human affairs. And the book thus offers both pragmatic advice and a deeper meditation on the vocation of law in shaping a fair society. Okay, so now we have some idea as to, please take us back to the question. Okay, so if McBride were to respond to Bingham's conception, then what would he argue? Moral ideals should not interfere with the practical application and interpretation of legal principles? No. The cultivation of ethical reasoning in lawyers strengthens rather than weakens the rule of law. This he would go with. Okay. Legal predictability and procedural certainty must always prevail over questions of moral reflection is not related to him, and D says the ethical dimension of law remains largely irrelevant to the duties and functions of legal practitioners is also not related. Okay, not related to the question or the fact that if McBride were to respond to him, this is not something which relates to both of these authors. Okay, so the answer for this question is B for this reason. The eighth, this next one, 7. Which of the following can be reasonably inferred from the combined viewpoints of Bingham, Sandel, and McBride? So, reasonably inferred. Again, another inference question, keeping in mind whatever idea we drew from the three authors, the excerpts that were given. So, what can be inferred from the combined viewpoints? Okay, so this was not a very difficult question, but yes, it would have certainly made you go back and refer to those parts from which you could get the answer. So this back and forth disturbs your time management. So maybe it would have made you lose more than the usual time. But if you have been able to answer it accurately, then I am sure it's worth the effort. Okay. So no, I want the question, please. So law must balance procedural clarity with the ethical responsibilities of those who interpret it is A. And that's the answer is what we told you. Legal education should remain separate from broader moral and civic discussions in society. The authority of law depends primarily on its technical accuracy and institutional hierarchy, or the legitimacy of justice systems is secured when personal morality is excluded from legal reasoning. Now, in each of these, there is something that suggests that the viewpoint is, one that one individual author holds, and this cannot be considered a common viewpoint of all the three. So, in A, or the first choice, we have the answer. The next one, question number 8. According to the passage, which thinker most directly connects the study of law to practical skill and ethical reflection for future practitioners? Okay, so go back now. This is again not a very difficult question because it says future practitioners, and the book itself is letters to a law student, and the rest of the words should give you clarity, is a practical and reflective guide for aspiring lawyers. Okay. And of course, I've already taken you through whatever content is there later on. Okay, so according to the passage, which thinker most directly connects the study of law to practical skill and ethical reflection for future practitioners? Now, should be easy. It is Nicholas McBride. Okay, so this should have been easy and you would not have wasted time on this also. The next one, question number 9. Which of the following statements best represents the philosophical core common to all the three books? Now, you may have observed that in all these three questions, the 7th one, the 8th, and now the 9th one, we have to, collate the information that's given about each of these books or whatever has been presented by each of these authors and then arrive at a decision. So this is, which of the following best represents the philosophical core common to all three books? If you have answered the seventh question accurately, then this should also not be difficult. So the integrity of law depends upon the harmonious integration of justice, morality, and human reason. Right? This is the answer. B says the moral relevance of law diminishes when interpreted through abstract ethical theories. Is it something that is common? No, it is not. Legal philosophy and professional ethics must function independently to preserve objectivity is not something which each of these authors opines. Okay, so again, this is not the common philosophy. The practice of law attains legitimacy only when it excludes moral and civic considerations. Is also easy to eliminate. Okay, so if you go through this option carefully and you have in mind the viewpoints or the ideologies of all the three, then this question should also not have been difficult to answer. Okay, now what do we have? We have the next passage, the second one in this booklet, and it begins with democracy often hailed as the most equitable form of governance. So in this, we find that the idea was, or we were given the merits and demerits of democracy. The first paragraph begins with what democracy is. So it is a definition, and then the word itself derives from the Greek words. So the origin of the word democracy or the term democracy was given to us, and this also helped us answer one of the questions. Please take me to the first question here. The first question is this one, 10th. The word democracy originally means, what does it mean? Rule by kings? No. Freedom from laws? No. Power of the people? Yes. Majority rule only? No. Now, if you go back to the first part of this passage and then read it again, you will realize that this was a very simple, very, very easy question to answer, because the first sentence itself gives you the answer. Democracy, hailed as the most equitable form of governance, is a system where power ultimately rests in the hands of the people. The word itself means the same. Demos means people and kratos means power of rule. Now, later on it says at its core, democracy functions on the principle of majority rule, yet it simultaneously guarantees the protection of minority rights. But then it doesn't mean that this is the meaning of democracy. This is something on which democracy functions. Okay. The second paragraph talks about the balance and what it ensures, and then later on we read something which now has cropped up related to fake news, social media platforms. What were they meant for and what they have amplified? What is it? Divisive ideologies, etc. So the passage was readable, but it was very dense, and this would have made you lose some time. Now for the questions, I've already answered the first one for you, the easiest of the questions. What does inclusive mean in the phrase inclusive fair governance? We have it right here. Inclusive fair governance, the last three words of the passage. What does inclusive mean? Now, if you look at the choices, answering this question was a cakewalk. Inclusive does not mean exclusive, because we are asked to identify the meaning, and exclusive is an opposite. Limited to a few is not inclusive, and chaotic is very negative. So the answer is very easy and simple, easy to arrive at, and very simple also accepting. The next one, in the context of the above passage, consider the following statements and select the appropriate option. Voting is the only element of democracy. Voting is the only element. Now, in the second paragraph, we find that voting is the only element is not a correct statement. Please take me back to the passage. Yeah, here, the practice of democracy is not limited merely to voting in elections. Okay. It encompasses freedom of speech, and independent judiciary, free press, and so much else has been given. So this tells us that the sentence that voting is the only element of democracy is not true. Freedom of speech and an independent judiciary are essential for democracy. Yes. Okay. So what is the answer? That the answer is both statements are true is not the answer. Both statements, statement 1 is false and statement 2 is true. So this was also a very simple question. Go to the next one, 13. What does a vulnerable as used in the democratic process becomes vulnerable mean? Now, even this was easy because a phrase is picked and it's given in the question stem. Democratic process becomes vulnerable. That is easy to interpret. What does it mean? Does it mean robust and well protected? Well, vulnerable itself is a negative word, so we cannot have robust and well protected. Completely undone and destroyed is too extreme. Balanced and autonomous it is not, but yes, weak or exposed to harm. Okay, easy one. The 13th one. 14th now. Which of the following is not listed as a challenge faced by democracy? Which is not listed. So this is an exclusion question and you need to be a little careful, because when you are in a hurry and you don't read the question properly, then you sometimes go for the wrong answer, because you have to identify and eliminate 3 challenges, and the one which is not listed is the answer for this question. Shortage of essential natural resources impacting governance. If you have read the passage properly, you would know this is the answer. The spread of false information through social platforms is a challenge. Vast disparities in wealth affecting political influence is. Low levels of citizen participation and awareness is also given, and these can be eliminated. We have the next one now from the same passage. What role does economic inequality play in weakening democracy? Now, this could have been a little difficult because there are 2 choices which I found the students told me a little close, and that would have made you waste a little bit of time in deciding which is the correct one. So what role does economic inequality play in weakening democracy? It promotes a more equal distribution of power among citizens. Now, economic inequality cannot promote something, okay, a more equal distribution, that too. So this is gone. It encourages policies that lessen disparities in economic opportunities. Economic inequality in itself is a negative term, and what role does it play in weakening democracy? You cannot say it encourages something. It permits the rich to exert undue influence over political decisions. In the passage, it has been clearly stated. This is just a rephrasing of that sentence, so not a difficult question at all. It results in increased political engagement from all socioeconomic classes, also is wrong. I mentioned the process of elimination, and in this question, if you, those of you who employed it, would have arrived at the correct answer in a jiffy. Okay, the next one. Identify the sentence in the passage that contains a participial phrase. Now, democracy aims to provide equal political participation and protect the individual freedoms of all citizens. Social media platforms meant to facilitate communication have sometimes amplified divisive narratives and falsehoods. This has resulted in voter manipulation and a growing skepticism towards democratic processes. Or D, civic education and awareness campaigns play an essential role in nurturing responsible citizenship. Now, for those who have a command on grammar, what is a participial phrase? A participial phrase is one that begins with a participle. Okay, so a participial phrase is which democracy aims to provide equal. Now, there is no such thing here. Social media platforms meant to facilitate communication. No. Here it says a growing skepticism, and a growing could have confused you. And in the last option, civic education and awareness campaigns play an essential role in nurturing responsible citizenship. So the correct answer is D and not what's given in A. A growing skepticism is a noun phrase. Okay, then question number 17. Which of the following best illustrates the paradox presented in the discussion of majority rule in democracy. So what's the paradox? We have this paradox in the second paragraph. We need to take a look at the first or the second sentence, in which the author has mentioned that in a democracy, the majority rules, but the majority must ensure that there is justice and fairness, meted out to the minority. So the correct answer is A. The majority rules, but must respect minority rights, and we can eliminate the remaining. Question number 18. Based on the passage, which statement best captures the author's perspective on the link between democracy and inequality? So what is the link? Democracies often tolerate economic inequality to preserve individual freedom, which captures the author's perspective. So here we have to focus on the author's opinion or the author's point of view on the link between these two, democracy and inequality. So a quick look at the choices and you would get the answer, because the answer is very distinct. Democracies tolerate economic inequality to preserve individual freedom has not been implied anywhere. Socio-economic inequality is a consequence, not a cause of weakened democracies. Now, let me just keep this on hold. C says, democratic systems are capable of functioning fairly despite economic gaps. Well, this is very positive in tone, and the author has not suggested anything of this kind. Political equality cannot be fully realized without addressing economic disparities. Okay, so let's find out which between B and D is correct. Of course, you've got the answer, but let me take you back to the part from which you will be able to interpret clearly why the one that we told you is correct is correct. So here the author says, this economic inequality from this part. Economic inequality poses another significant challenge. While democracies promise equal rights politically, vast disparities in wealth and opportunity undermine this ideal. Economic power often translates into political influence, skewing representation and policy making. This phenomenon raises questions about whether true democracy is achievable without addressing socio-economic inequalities. Okay, so now what does this lead to? This leads to, please go to the question. So, socioeconomic inequality is a consequence, not a cause of weakened democracies. Now, nowhere has it been suggested or implied that socioeconomic inequality is a consequence, not a cause. So, these two we cannot infer, and so we eliminate this. Political equality cannot be fully realized without addressing economic disparities is clearly what's given in the part that I just took you through. Okay, so we have D as the answer to this question. Now we have the third passage. Okay, so what is it about? The integration of AI into law enforcement practices. So it is about AI tools, of course, how AI is, influencing every aspect of our lives, and it is also playing a very important role into law enforcement practices. And this has sparked a global debate on ethics, privacy, and accountability. So it is about the ethics involved in AI usage. So the entire paragraph was related to this, how from these systems, the first one is facial recognition systems in public spaces to predictive policy algorithms, AI is transforming how crimes are detected and prevented. So initially, this passage gives us the merits of AI usage. Then we have the discussion on the benefits of efficiency and data-driven decision making are also accompanied by certain concerns. And in this part, the author outlines the concerns. What are they? Concerns about fairness, bias, potential erosion of civic liberties, and the most controversial application he mentions is predictive policing. So what is predictive policing? It's given here. The later on, the author says, while it has proven useful in certain areas, it raises concerns regarding surveillance and individual privacy. Then there is something very important here that would have helped you answer a question. That FRT is less accurate in identifying people of color and women, increasing the risk of false accusations and wrongful detentions. Okay, now let's go to the questions, because all this we will need to go back again and check in order to know why a particular choice is correct. So the first question is about the central concern raised in the passage regarding AI in law enforcement. Replacing human officers, not given. High operational costs, the central concern raised. Okay, so central concern is not certainly about any of these. Reinforcing bias and reducing fairness. Yes, not the inability to analyze real-time data. So even this is not difficult, but yes, a very keen and close look at the passage and memory of what has been given would certainly have helped you. Okay, the next one. Which of the following would best justify the use of predictive policing? So predictive policing was given in the at the beginning of the passage, and the question is, which of the following would best justify the use of predictive policing despite the ethical concerns discussed in the passage? Now the question stem is important. Don't just focus on the word, the phrase, and directly start answering it. I hope you have not done it, because this is a critical reasoning question. Which of the following would justify the use of predictive policing? The author in the passage has argued against it, and in spite of the concerns that the author has raised, which would justify the use? Okay, so that is the question. What would it do? It will allow law enforcement to increase arrest quotas. We know this is absolutely illogical. It helps deploy police more efficiently in high-risk areas. Yes, this is something that would justify the use of predictive policing, because the idea is that when AI is able to identify certain areas, then it would be helpful in ensuring that there is a lot of police personnel deployed there, so that any kind of threat or danger can be averted. Okay, so this is the answer. It can eliminate the need for community engagement. Now, need for community engagement with regard to predictive policing is not relevant, and it will replace the need for police training programs has not been mentioned. Okay, the next one. Based on the passage, how does facial recognition technology potentially lead to injustice? Facial recognition technology, FRT, lead to injustice by exhibiting higher error rates for specific demographic groups, by decreasing reliance on human judgment in policing, not stated, by increasing costs and limiting deployment. Well, this is also easy to eliminate, by generating occasional misidentifications across all populations equally. No, across all populations. This should have helped you eliminate this. By exhibiting higher error rates for specific demographic groups. What are they? People of color and women. Okay, the next one. Why does the lack of transparency in AI algorithms pose a challenge within judicial proceedings? Lack of transparency posing a challenge. It was there in the passage, not very difficult to interpret. It complicates efforts to scrutinize and contest algorithm-driven outcomes, and these three are not very difficult to eliminate. The next one. The word opaqueness in the paragraph refers to opaqueness in itself gives us clarity, because it means things are not clear. We are not able to see from this part to the other, and therefore this also is a very, very simple kind of vocab question. Clear and understandable legal processes, lack of visibility or understanding. Here we go. Okay. The next one, 24. What measure is most essential to prevent AI systems from reinforcing existing social biases? What measure is most essential to prevent the AI systems from reinforcing existing social biases? Is it training AI systems on large data sets without reviewing? No, that's not correct. Allowing AI tools to evolve independently without human oversight will not give us what is needed. C, reviewing training data for historical bias and ensuring algorithmic accountability. Prioritizing efficiency and rapid deployment over fairness and oversight could be easily eliminated. Next. 25. What measure is most essential to prevent AI systems from reinforcing existing social biases? Is it training AI systems on large data sets without reviewing? No, that's not correct. Allowing AI tools to evolve independently without human oversight will not give us what is needed. C, reviewing training data for historical bias and ensuring algorithmic accountability. Prioritizing efficiency and rapid deployment over fairness and oversight Question number 25. A government, now this is some kind of a simple case study. A government proposes a new AI-driven sentencing tool that assigns prison terms based on statistical models. The tool is designed to ensure consistency and eliminate human error. Civil liberties groups oppose the tool, arguing it may encode past judicial biases. Which of the following objections is most consistent? So focus on the key word of the question stem. Which objection is most consistent with the concerns raised in the passage? Now, the concerns were about transparency and bias audits that needed to be carried out. So, AI system should not be used. No. Sentencing tools can never make mistakes. Absolutely incorrect. And automated sentencing ensures faster trials and should replace human judges entirely. Also is not something which was stated. Without transparency and bias audits, AI may reinforce systemic injustices embedded in the data. Okay. So we have the answer here. The next one. Which of the following assumptions, if true, would undermine concerns raised in the paragraph? So this is a kind of difficult question, slightly tricky because it's an assumption question. So which would undermine, which would weaken concerns raised in the paragraph? AI models incorporate bias correction mechanisms that adjust for historical disparities in sentencing patterns. B, the training data used by the AI model reflects systemic inequalities and disproportionate sentences. Well, the answer is not B, certainly. The AI system operates as a closed algorithm with no transparency regarding. Now, this assumption would undermine concerns. It would not undermine concerns, it would strengthen the concerns. Studies from other jurisdictions show that similar AI systems have not amplified racial and gender biases in sentencing outcomes. Now, the two choices that are slightly confusing and closed are A and C, A and D. So, which do we eliminate and on what basis? Read them properly. AI models incorporate bias correction mechanisms, it says, and D says studies from other jurisdictions show that similar AI systems have not amplified racial and gender biases. So this is solely about racial and gender biases, whereas A mentions bias correction mechanism. So this is something that includes and incorporates, encompasses all mechanisms, all kinds of biases, and so we go with A. Okay. Now here, this is a short story by Rudyard Kipling, The Man Who Would Be King. And the passage was very readable. Of course, here and there were a few words which you may have found difficult. For example, veritable, and of course, a few others. But more or less, this was easy on the go, easy to read, and of course, easy to answer also. The questions were also not very difficult. Let me quickly take you to the questions. Okay, the first question was, in the context of the passage, what does the word vagabond mean? Okay, now a word vagabond in itself, the meaning is clear. In the passage itself, the author mentions a wanderer and vagabond. So we cannot say a respected officer, criminal on the run, or a spiritual monk. It is clearly a homeless wanderer. Okay. Then the next one. The narrator implies that the intermediate class is unpleasant because it lacks what? So if you have gone through the classes that the authors mentioned, you would be able to identify the correct choice right away. It is cushions and respectable company. So what did the intermediate class lack, or what was absent there? Cushions and respectable company. Question number 29. What can we infer about the narrator's attitude towards the man he meets? Now, this was slightly confusing because I felt there were two choices between which you would have got stuck. He sees him as an arrogant and unpleasant person is clearly incorrect and can be easily ruled out. Envies his wealth and contacts also is illogical. He respects his courage and past life, or he doubts the truth of his stories. Now, the last sentence of the passage, which says, here, When he spoke of the empire, it was not with loyalty nor with bitterness, but with the detached amusement of the one who has played his part and lost interest in the game. His laughter came easily, though it seemed to echo from some remembered hardship. It struck me then that his stories were less of adventure than of survival. Okay, so this part should help you, or should have helped you rather, because the author mentions the stories, but he says they were more of hardship than of more of survival. But he doubts the truth of his stories. We cannot ascertain. Okay, there is no such indication. So he respects his courage and past life. The next one, what does the narrator mean when he refers to politics of loaferdom? Politics of loaferdom is not high-level political negotiations, corrupt behind-the-scenes dealing, or policies crafted by beggars and thieves, but observations from society's lowest ranks. 31. What does the phrase "looked at his mouth and chin" suggest in context? Now, when he looked at his mouth and chin, we know that he was certainly not looking at his facial features. Okay, where was it? Just a minute. Yeah, this part. Okay. So read the sentence before that. This person, that man whom he met, is talking about something. If India was filled with men like you and me, not knowing more than the crows where they'd get their next day's rations, it isn't 70 millions of revenue the land would be paying, it's 700 million, said he. And as I looked at his mouth and chin, I was disposed to agree with him. So this part of the sentence is, has the clue for the correct answer. Okay, so what is it? Was the author judging the man's cleanliness? It is illogical. Did he find him good looking and decent? No. He was noticing his facial features, also not relevant. He was assessing his character for trustworthiness. Okay, that is what this phrase means. 32. The narrator perceives the stranger as what? Cynic, disillusioned with authority, yet unbroken in spirit. Yes, unbroken in spirit is fine, but cynic and disillusioned with authority, these are too harsh and too extreme. Sentimental dreamer, longing for recognition, where did this come from, you would wonder? So this is not right. Patriot, hiding disappointment under forced laughter. Patriot, the author clearly says that, he had certain feelings, but he was, he had overcome them. So this is not right. Contented traveler who found peace in detachment. He was not attached, he was at peace, and that is clearly something we can confirm from the latter part of the passage. 33. When the narrator observes that the man's stories were less of adventure than of survival, he most likely implies what? Less of adventure and more of less of adventure than of survival. Is it the man exaggerated his experiences for dramatic effect? The narrator just observes that the man's stories were less of adventure, and he also mentions that he, kind of was trying to gauge him. He was trying to assess him. This is not correct. There was no exaggeration per se that we can, take from that. His life excitement masked hardship and endurance. He sought sympathy rather than admiration from his listener. Cannot be ascertained. The narrator had grown weary of hearing tall tales of danger, is absolutely out of context. Okay, so B. His life excitement masked hardship and endurance. That is what these words convey. Okay, now we have the fifth passage. It begins with the advent of social media has dramatically transformed the way individuals consume and share information. So it is basically related to the evolution of social media. The author tells us that in earlier times, people depended on all these, mediums, newspaper, radio, television, as their main sources of knowledge. And this has been, replaced by these digital platforms, and the traditional gatekeepers, he says, of information have been bypassed. So this is whatever he talks about, the impact, he talks about the consequences, the concerns, the way the digital media platforms that are available to everyone, everybody can access them, and this is what is giving rise to echo chambers also, and there is fear and panic and so much of misinformation or false information that is being spread. So all of this, yes, the passage was readable, the contents were not very difficult or complex, but then the passage was very dense because there was one chunk, one big piece of text, and there were no demarcations or divisions into paragraphs. The first question here is 34. According to the passage, what is the key difference between traditional media and social media? What is the key difference? Is it that traditional media is more entertaining? From nowhere can we go for this. Social media is more regulated by governments? No. Traditional media is based on facts. Social media is driven by emotion. Somewhere in the beginning itself, the author says that social media is driven by emotion. So this is the answer. Social media cannot reach a global audience, is baseless. Okay. Question number 35. Which of the following is not mentioned as a consequence of the spread of unchecked information via social media? Identify and eliminate the consequences that have been mentioned of the spread of unchecked information via social media. What is it? Spread of fear and panic? Yes. Manipulation of public opinion? Yes. Amplification of misinformation. Improvement in media literacy has not been mentioned. Okay, simple and easy to arrive at without wasting a lot of time. What is implied by the phrase traditional gatekeepers of information have been bypassed? Traditional media is more widely used than ever is not what this phrase meant. Traditional gatekeepers of information have been bypassed. Okay, so social media companies have begun hiring editors. No way. Traditional media is no longer the sole source of information. When traditional gatekeepers of information have been bypassed, that means they are not the only source of information. People have other sources of or mediums of information on which to rely, and this is what the answer is. Fact checking has become more robust in the digital area, is not related to the question, or it doesn't address the question. 37. Which of the following best captures the central idea? So the central idea question, and this is something which is very commonly asked. It's not very difficult also here. Also, it wasn't. What is the choice that captures the main idea or the primary objective of the author? Traditional journalism has become obsolete due to the rise of social media, has not been given. Social media has made it easier to spread government propaganda. It may have been, but that's not the central idea. Social media has democratized information sharing, but introduced challenges such as misinformation. So that is what the author has discussed. There are certain advantages that we have, but then there is something very negative also, and those also he has listed out. So we can eliminate D, which says people no longer rely on newspapers and television. We cannot go with, because it's certainly not true. 38. In the context of the above passage, consider the following assertion and reason. So assertion is, social media allows anyone with internet access to broadcast ideas to a global audience. Yes. Traditional media platforms were exclusively available to trained journalists and editors. So this word exclusively was slightly dicey, but then let's go and check the choices, and this will help us overcome any kind of doubt or confusion. So both A and R are true, and R is the correct explanation of A. Is R the correct explanation that social media allows anyone with internet access to broadcast their ideas to a global audience, and that is because traditional media platforms are exclusively available? No. So this is easy to eliminate. B is the answer. Both A and R are true, but R is not the correct explanation of A. Okay. 39. Which of the following approaches is identified in the passage as a constructive response to the challenges created by social media's algorithm-driven information environment? Okay. So which of the following approaches is identified as a constructive reform? Integrating digital literacy and promoting greater transparency in platform algorithms, encouraging governments to regulate all online content before publication, relying on users to self-regulate misinformation without institutional support, expanding algorithmic reach to ensure content receives maximum engagement. Now, this was also very simple, because while the question appeared to be confusing or tough, the choices that I eliminated, you may have also done the same, are very easy to eliminate. Okay, the next question now, question number 39. No, 39 I've finished. This is question number 40 now. Okay, so 40 says, which of the following best illustrates the functioning of an echo chamber on social media as described in the passage? So what is an echo chamber? The authors describe. Now here we are given some examples and we have to identify which demonstrates the functioning of an echo chamber. Is it a user joins multiple discussion groups with differing viewpoints to better understand opposing perspectives? No. An echo chamber is you send out an opinion and the same comes back to you, and when the AI detects that you have this opinion, it gives you content that resonates with your opinion. So this is not it. A fact-checking organization collaborates with social media companies? No. A user frequently encounters posts that align with their political opinions because the platform's algorithm prioritizes content similar to what they have previously liked. So you like something and the same kind of content comes back to you, and that's why it's called an echo chamber. Okay, so we get the answer as C. And then we had the last passage, which was in recent years, urban gardening. Now, urban gardening, the importance or the growing function of urban gardening, the fact that people are warming to it, taking it up, and the author says has emerged as a widespread movement in cities across the globe. He talks about the reasons behind it. He says the reason is because there are concerns around food security, sustainability, and mental well-being, and this has prompted people to take up urban gardening. It is not just that urban gardening is done for these reasons. It is also because it has some psychological impact also on those who take it up. And then there are innovations also, because when there are space constraints, the poor quality of the soil also people have to deal with. Then what kind of creativity do they come up with to ensure that they are able to overcome these challenges? So all that was discussed in the passage, and we come to the first question from here, 41. What is the urban heat island effect mentioned in the passage? So what is the urban heat island effect? The rise in temperature commonly observed in tropical urban locations, not just tropical urban locations. The condition where urban areas become warmer than rural areas due to human activity, yes. The method of using retained heat energy for rooftop gardening, heat island effect. Urban heat island effect is not the method of using. Okay. The process through which cities generate and utilize, no. Okay. The answer was simple, easy to arrive at. 42. Which innovative method mentioned in the passage directly addresses poor soil quality? So if you go back to a certain part in the passage, can we please have the passage before us? Okay, so here the author talks about soil quality. Okay, where is soil quality? He talks about at the heart of this shift lies the desire for fresh organic produce. Then he talks about how this empowers consumers to take control of their dietary choices, blah, blah, blah. If you go through it again, right now I'm not able to find that part because, as I told you, the passage is so dense and there is no division of paragraphs. So let's go directly to the question and we will be able to answer it based on the choices by eliminating the incorrect ones. It's not collecting rainwater through harvesting systems. Poor soil quality cannot be addressed by doing this, installing rooftop gardens, but yes, by using compost enrichment to improve the fertility, okay, not by growing herbs and vegetables. 43. Why might urban residents be motivated to cultivate their own food rather than rely solely on commercial sources? To decrease expenses related to gardening equipment, easy to eliminate. Eliminate the need for home meal preparation, no. To obtain fresher produce free from synthetic chemicals, or to outperform grocery retailers, no, it is C. 44. Which of the following best captures the combined ecological significance of urban gardening? Combined ecological significance. It lowers city temperatures, filters polluted air, and manages rainwater. In A itself, we get the correct answer. We cannot go with reduction in transport costs, preventing further growth of infrastructure or anything else. Okay, so these three were easy to eliminate. Question number 45. Which of the following is not identified in the passage as a practical challenge faced by urban gardeners? Lack of organized communal support for local gardening efforts. Now, what is a challenge? First, identify inadequate access to direct sunlight. Yes. So, eliminate. Spatial constraints. Yes. Soil conditions. Yes. So, this is not identified as a challenge. The next question, question number 46. The phrase symbolic reclamation of space and agency most appropriately refers to what? Transforming unused industrial spaces. The moment you read industrial spaces, you can actually, you should have eliminated this choice without wasting time. Using gardening practices as a subtle or direct form of civil protest? No. Requesting access to public land from authorities? No. Gaining emotional and psychological well-being through small-scale gardening. The next one. What assumption underlies the author's argument in favor of community gardens? Individuals are incapable of gardening alone. Social cooperation enhances the benefits of gardening. Community gardens are more cost effective than private ones, or government support all communal gardening efforts. Well, individuals are incapable of gardening alone. So this is so easy to eliminate. Social cooperation enhances the benefits of gardening is what we understand, and the rest can be eliminated. 48. According to the passage, what deeper motivation underlies urban gardening beyond access to fresh food? So what is the deeper motivation? The author mentions it in the passage. Is it competing financially with existing industrial agricultural systems? Seeking more autonomy over personal food and environmental choices? Is that it? Yes, I would go with it. Because the author mentions the concerns regarding food, the means of food production, and so many other aspects. So this makes sense. Avoiding all types of reliance on common community food networks? No. Or replacing all large-scale commercial farming is absolutely incorrect. Next one. Why is urban gardening described as an act as much philosophical as it is practical? Because it reflects cultural traditions rather than food requirements. Cultural traditions is not what we came across. So this can be eliminated because it is mainly a contest with large-scale commercial farming. No. It provides a complete substitute, not a complete substitute, but yes, because it expresses values of sustainability, choice, and connection. So the last question, which of these best describes the role of innovation in the success of urban gardening? It reduces the reliance on large public spaces for carrying out cultivation. It introduces creative methods to overcome space, soil, and sunlight limits. Now, the author mentions vertical gardening, and this should have helped you answer this question. C, it eliminates the need for people to collaborate in shared gardening projects. It actually makes them collaborate or come together, and it guarantees government funding has not been mentioned. Okay, so these were the answers and the explanations, and I hope most of you would have got them correct and for reasons that I explained. Okay, so please wait for the results. Thank you, and over to the next person for the discussion of the next section.
All right, guys, I welcome you all to the analysis of the legal reasoning section of the AILET 26 paper. So there were hardly 4 to 5 questions in legal reasoning section in this paper, and all of them were quite easy to deal with. Let's quickly, without wasting any time, let's quickly start with the analysis of each and every question. Okay, question number 98. So the principal said, A person who keeps or engages with hazardous or inherently dangerous substances or activities is liable for any or all harm resulting from their escape or impact, regardless of the precautions taken, unless the harm was caused by an act of God or the act of third party or with the consent of the victim. So now, if you can recall, this is a principle from the concept of strict liability, where the a defendant is held liable even when the person has taken all the necessary precaution, if at all the person is engaged in any hazardous activity. And the principle also mentions three exceptions of this rule, which are act of God or intervention of the third party or the consent of the uh, petition, content of the consent of the victim himself. Now let's read the facts. SEMA owns a perfume factory that lawfully stores large quantities of chemicals used in fragrance production. One night, a sudden lightning strikes. Sudden lightning strike causes a fire, leading to release of toxic fumes that harm nearby residents. SEMA had complied with all the safety requirements uh, that and had fireproof storage facilities in place. Now, if you see, in this case, there was an act of God involved. Here, the fire was caused because of the act of God, although SEMA was engaged in a hazardous activity. But because the cause behind the fire was act of God, which is an exception mentioned for the rule of strict liability. And therefore, the correct answer for this question would be option A. The correct answer would be option A. Option A would be the correct answer for this question. Right? Now, moving on to the next question. Moving on to the next question, which is question number 101. Principle says a driver is responsible for controlling their vehicle and avoiding harm to the pedestrians unless the pedestrian acted recklessly or unlawfully. Now, this principle is based on based on the rule of negligence, where the driver is responsible for any harm caused to the pedestrian unless the pedestrian himself was reckless or unlawful. Now, let's look at the facts. A driver hits a pedestrian who suddenly runs across the road outside a crosswalk without looking. The driver was obeying all the traffic rules. Now, in this case, it is the pedestrian and not the driver who is negligent, and therefore the driver is not liable. So the correct answer would be option B. The pedestrian's reckless actions absolve the driver's liability. Now, moving on to the next question, which is question number 105. Okay. Principle says a public official must avoid conflicts of interest and that could undermine the public trust, even if no factual wrongdoing occurs. Right now, this is a principle on natural justice, which says that if there seems to be a conflict of interest, or there seems to be there seems to be a conflict of interest that could undermine the public trust, in that case, the public official should not engage in that activity, even if the activity itself is not wrong. Now let's look at the facts. A city mayor awards a major construction contract to a company owned by her cousin. She discloses her relationship publicly and follows all procurement procedures. Now, in this case, although there is everything is being done transparently, but there is a possibility of conflict of the interest, and it could also undermine the public trust, and it could also diminish the trust that public has in the public institutions, and therefore the contract should not be proceeded with, right? So let's look at the options now. Option A says the contract should proceed since procedures were followed. So if you look at the principle says that even if the act is not inherently wrong, it should not be proceeded with if it has the capability of undermining the public trust. So therefore option A would be incorrect. Now, if you look at option B, the contract should be avoided to maintain public trust. Now, that seems like a correct answer. So option B would be the correct answer for question number 105. Now, moving on to the next question, which is question number 127. Now, 128, in fact. Now, this is not a typical legal reasoning question, I would say. They have mixed the concept. They have given the info, made a question based on logical deduction, but they have actually made a situation based on concept of contracts. Now, the first statement says all contracts are agreement. The second statement says some agreements are void. The third one says no void is enforceable. Now we have to show that which of the following conclusions are followed necessarily. Now, if you look at the first statement, it says some contracts are not enforceable. Some contracts are not enforceable. Now, this statement, if you see, some contracts are not enforceable. If you see that because all contracts are agreement and some agreements are void there and no void is enforceable. Now in this case this statement would not necessarily follow. This statement would not follow necessarily. Right. Now let's look at the other statement. No enforceable is void. Now no enforceable is void. This statement this statement will definitely follow, and therefore the third statement as well. Some agreements are not enforceable. So these two statements will definitely follow, whereas the first statement will not follow. So therefore the question answer for this question would be option A. Now this was the only moderate level difficulty question. Otherwise all the other questions were easy. Now the reason because the concept of logical deduction was used in this. Right. Now let's move to the last question of legal reasoning, which is question number 142. Okay. Principle says the negligence may be inferred when the incident causing harm is of a kind that ordinarily does not occur without someone's negligence. The instrumentality or control that caused the harm was under the defendant's management, and the plaintiff did not contribute to the harm. So basically, again, there's a question on the concept of negligence. Now let's look at the fact. Anita visits the hospital for a routine checkup. While waiting in the lobby, a large ceiling fan suddenly detaches and falls, injuring her shoulder. The hospital authorities claimed that the fan had been regularly serviced and no defect was known before the accident. Now, if you see the principle makes the person liable if the person had the authority for management of something that caused the damage, and in this case, the hospital had the authority. Of management and responsibility of management, and therefore the hospital can be held liable. And therefore, option B would be a correct option. Yes, because ceiling fan does not ordinarily fail without negligence in its maintenance. So hospital had the authority and the fan does not ordinarily fall, and there must be some fault in the maintenance, and therefore option B is the correct answer. Now with this we come to an end to a discussion of the questions of legal reasoning section. If you ask me, all these questions are easy to moderate, except for I think two questions, question number 128 and 142, which seemed to be slightly moderate. Other than that, the questions were very easy. Easily you could score at least 4 out of 5 marks here. For those of you who have attempted these questions, you could have easily scored at least 4 marks. And in fact, you could have this section, you could have used it to increase your overall score and accuracy. Okay, now I'll hand it over to my colleague for the analysis of the remaining questions. Thank you.
Sir, let us have a detailed discussion of logical reasoning section, and it is a very easy section in the exam. So without wasting much time, let's get into the questions. Right. Now, we have given all scientists hold PhD, and some engineers are scientists. No scientists work without access to the laboratory. So in the given question, the very crucial statement is this part. No scientist works without access to the laboratory. It is in the form of no. It is in the form of no A is without B. So this is the crucial part. If you can identify this, the question will be very easy. No A is without B is nothing but all A's are B's. This is the most important part in this question. Now let us draw the basic diagram for the given statements, and the statements are all scientists. Let us take the first statement. All scientists hold PhD. And the second statement is given, some engineers are scientists. Let me draw the diagram for that as well. some engineers are scientists. And third statement is no scientist work without access, nothing but all scientists works with access to the laboratory. All scientists works with access to the laboratory. And a small flaw was given in the question. It is not given that all scientists work. It is not given. Uh, let us look at the conclusions. And what the first conclusion is given? All scientists work. That is a problem, but the best possible answer is it is we have to take it as a work only. So here it is given all scientists work in laboratory. Yes, scientist part is completely inside the laboratory part. So conclusion 1 follows. But the conclusion 2, some engineers have PhD. Yes, some part of the engineers have a PhD. Even second conclusion follows. And what is the third one? All engineers are scientists. Is the all engineers part is inside the scientist? No, it is not there in the basic diagram. If the positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram, it does not follow. Both 1 and 2 follow. It is choice A. Now let's move to the next question. Let us draw the basic diagram of the given statement, and even this is of the syllogism question. Let us draw the diagram. All teachers are creative people. Let us draw the basic diagram. All teachers are creative people. And the second statement is given. All creative people are sensitive. All creative people are sensitive. All creative people are sensitive. And the third statement is given. No insensitive. Previous one is sensitive and this one is insensitive. No insensitive person is a teacher. So teacher will not have any relation with insensitive people, right? Now let us look at the conclusion. Which of the conclusions necessarily follows? First one, some sensitive people are teacher. Is it a sensitive part? This part is inside the teacher? Yes. This part of the sensitive part are teachers. So conclusion 1 follows. Conclusion 2, all sensitive people are teacher. Is it all sensitive people part is inside the teacher? No. So conclusion 2 does not follow. Conclusion 3, no teacher is a insensitive. Yes. As per the statement, no teacher is a insensitive. Conclusion 3 also follows. Only 1 and 3, it is given in choice C. Right. And also, if you observe carefully the third statement, it is given no insensitive person is a teacher. It means no A is B. When no A is B, obviously you can say that B is A. This will be directly to without looking at the diagram of the question, right? No A is B, same as no B is A. Now let's see the question number 86. All poets write poems. Let us draw the basic diagram. All poets write poem. All poets write poems. And a second statement is given. Some poets are critics. Critics. And the third statement is given as no critic ignores structure. No critic ignores a structure. It is what right. This is a basic diagram of the given statement. And now what is given? Which of the following necessarily follows? Let us come to the conclusions. Some poets do not ignore structure. Right. Now look at carefully. Some poets do not ignore structure. Some part of the poets set the structure, but it is a negative conclusion. A negative conclusion is true in the basic diagram. If the negative conclusion is true in the basic diagram, we have to draw the alternate diagram. To draw the alternate diagram, we have to use the opposite pair of the given conclusion. What is that? Some poets do not ignore structure. Opposite pair is all poets ignore structure. All poets ignore a structure. See, basically, this complete part you should be able to fix in this one. All poets inside the structure. When you try to place these poets inside the structure, poets which are a C, critics part, definitely will get inside the structure part. But as per the statement, it is very clearly given that no critic ignores the structure. So there should not be any relation between these two. So if you try to place poets inside this part also going inside this. So which cannot be proved. So alternate diagram can never be proved. So this negative still holds true. right? So conclusion A follows. Now among A, B, C, D, first option is following. So no need to check the other ones and no need to waste your time in the exam. So option A follows, right? Next one, right? Let us see the distribution puzzle. A very simple puzzle is given. University examination department is attempting to devise a schedule for the end term examination. The subjects are constitutional law, taxation, regulatory governance, sociology, and criminal law. The following consideration must be kept in mind. Okay. We have given five conclusions, and the question type is which of the following schedule is a valid schedule. So simple. Which of the following schedule is a valid schedule? Just look at the given conditions and directly try to apply in the given options. If you can eliminate some of the option, it will be very easy to define the answer, right? What the first one is given, regulatory governance must follow criminal law. So after criminal law, we need regulatory governance, RG. After criminal law, we need RG. Now look at the first option. We have criminal law here. We have criminal law here and we have regulatory governance here. It is not followed. So option A is ruled out. Next, criminal law and followed by regulatory governance. As of now, this option is okay. Option C, criminal law, regulatory governance. As of now, this option seems fine. Now option D. So here we have a criminal law and here we have a regulatory governance. So this option is ruled out. Option D is also ruled out. Now let's see the second clue. Sociology, criminal law cannot immediately precede or follow each other. It means they should not come consecutively. Basically, they are trying to say they should not come consecutively. Which two? Sociology and criminal law. Yes. Here we have a sociology and here we have a criminal law, constitutional law, criminal law. So both are not consecutive. Next, criminal law and sociology. Even these two are not consecutive. No, it's fine. Now what is the third one? Regulatory governments must immediately precede taxation. Now look at carefully. Regulatory governments immediately precede taxation? Yes. Regulatory governments precedes immediately taxation? Yes. Still we are unable to eliminate the option. Oh, fine. Let's move further. What is the fourth one? A constitutional law cannot be the first or last exam. Here constitutional law is the first exam. So option B is ruled out. My answer is option C. So if you go through the choices, it will be very easy to solve this question. Now, let's see the next question. Question number 88. Now, some apps are free. Again, let us draw the basic diagram. Some apps are free. Some apps are free. Some apps are free. And what is the second statement given? All free apps have ads. All these free apps, have ads. Okay. These are the, sorry, just a moment. Right. Let us draw the again diagram. Some apps are free. Some apps are free. Now, this is a basic diagram of the given statements. And the second statement is all free apps have ads. This part, all free apps, this part of the free apps, let's say X part, have ads. This X part have ads. And what is next given? Some ad supported apps are high rated. So this part of the ad supported apps, are they given as what? High rated. This part high rated. All ad supported apps are high rated. Which of the following conclusion necessarily follows? Some free apps are high rated. Yes. Some free apps, this part, free apps are inside the what? High rated. So this follows. So conclusion A follows. When A follows, no need to check the B, C, D. That is absolutely time waste. Now, let's move further. Right. Let us see the letter series question, letter and number combination. We have given A2, C6, F12, J20. Okay. Let us write the place value of the letters. A is 1, C is 3, F is 6, J is 10. Here plus 2 is happening, and here plus 3 is happening, and 6 to 10 plus 4 is happening. So plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. A consecutive after 4 of 5. 10 plus 5 of 15th. 15th letter in the English alphabet is O. Now let us see the logic in the numbers. 2 to 6 increment of plus 4. 6 to 12 increment of 6. 12 to 20 increment of 8. Plus 4 plus 6 plus 8. A consecutive even numbers. So after 8 even number is 10. So plus 10. So 20 plus 10 30. So your required answer is O30. That is choice A. Right. Now let us see the next question. Right. Again, we have a syllogism questions. Let us draw the basic diagram of the statements. All samosas are delicious. Let us draw the diagram. All samosas are delicious. Now, let us take the second statement. Some delicious are spicy. Some delicious are spicy. No, spicy, and the earlier one is samosa. Fine. Next statement. No spicy is steamed. Okay, no spicy is steamed. No spicy is steamed. Fine. Which of the following conclusion necessarily follows? First conclusion. Some samosas are spicy. Do we have a relation between samosa and spicy in this diagram? No. So positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. The final result will be false. So conclusion 1 does not follow. Now let's see the second conclusion. Some delicious are not steamed. Some delicious. This is the delicious part and this is the steamed part. So in the basic diagram, we can say that a negative conclusion follows. Some delicious are not steamed. We don't have any relation. So if the negative conclusion follows, we have to draw the alternate diagram for this. So to draw the alternate diagram, we have to take the opposite pair of that. So opposite pair of some delicious are not steamed is all delicious are steamed. Let us see whether we can draw the diagram for this or not. Now, can you be able to complete this delicious part inside the steam? No, it is not possible because some delicious are spicy and we have a clear information that spicy should not get the relation steamed. If you try to get the relation, if you try to form the relation between spicy and steamed, definitely the delicious will get, if you try to form the relation between delicious and steam, the deletions which are spicy will go inside the steam. So which is invalid. So this cannot be proved. So second conclusion will hold true. So second conclusion follows. Fine. Third one, no samosa is steamed. No samosa is steamed. This is also negative conclusion and true in the basic diagram. It is true in the basic diagram. So we have to draw the alternate diagram for this. What is the alternate diagram of no samosa is steamed? No alternate is some. So some samosa are steamed. Okay. Now let us check it. Can we draw the diagram for this? Some samosa are steamed. Yes, I can draw a diagram like this. Some samosa are steamed. Still, there is no relation between spicy and steamed. Still, there is no relation. So even this alternate diagram is true. So the negative conclusion will become false. So conclusion 3 finally does not follow. So my answer is only 2 follows. That is choice D. Next, all engineers know mathematics. Let us draw the diagram for that as well. All engineers know mathematics. All engineers know mathematics. Next, some coders are engineers. Some coders are engineers. No artist is an engineer. No artist is an engineer. There is no relation between artist and engineer. Which of the following conclusion necessarily follows? First conclusion, some coders know mathematics. Yes, this part of the coders know mathematics. So conclusion 1 is a positive conclusion and follows in the basic diagram. So final result is true. That's it. Next one. Some mathematicians can also code. Yes. Some mathematicians can also code. Yes, even it is true here also. So this is true. Second conclusion is true. Third one. Some artists know mathematics. So artist we have here and mathematics part we have here. Right. Now positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. If it is false in the basic diagram, the final result will be false. No need to verify the other diagram. That is absolutely time waste. Right. So what is your answer? 1 and 2 follow. That is in choice C. Now, move to the next question. Right. Justice is to law. Verbal analogy questions, and these are the very, very easy questions. Almost 7 questions were given from this area. Verbal analogy questions. Justice is to law. Law is the framework of for justice. The relation between justice and law is the framework for justice. Similarly, policy is the framework for governance. Choice B is your answer. Right. Let's move to the next question. A keyboard is to typist. A paintbrush is equal to a dash. We have to identify the relation between these two. The one who types generally keyboard, that person is called a typist. Similarly, the one who uses paintbrush is called artist. Choice A. Right. Next question. Roots is to tree. A foundation is to dash. Relation between the roots and tree. Roots are the base of for tree. Similarly, foundation is the base of for house. Choice A. Next. Again, let us draw the basic diagram of the given statements. Now, what is given? All renewable energy sources reduce carbon emission. Okay, let us draw the basic diagram. All renewable energy sources reduces carbon emissions. Carbon emissions. Okay, first statement is over. A second statement. Some renewable energy sources are expensive to install. So some renewable energy sources are expensive to install. So expensive. Fine. Next statement. Solar energy is a renewable energy resource. So all solar energy should be inside the renewable energy source. No, this is expensive. Now, let us look at the conclusions. What is the first conclusion is given? Solar energy reduces carbon emissions. Yes. Solar energy part is complete carbon emission. So it reduces. So one follows. Next one. All expensive energy resources are renewable. Is it all expenses are inside the renewable part? No. So positive conclusion or false in the basic diagram does not follow. Next, third one. Some renewable energy sources are not expensive. This part of the renewable sources part is not expensive. Okay, this is true. Negative conclusion is true in the basic diagram. If it is true in the basic diagram, what we have to do? We have to draw the alternate diagram for that. To draw the alternate diagram, we have to consider the opposite pair of that statement. That is, all renewable energy resources are expensive. Expensive. This we have to prove it. Now, can we prove this without violating the statements? Let's see. If I draw the diagram like this, for expensive part, is there anything wrong in the given statements? Verify it. What is the first statement given? All renewable energy sources reduce carbon emission. Yes, still all renewable energy sources under the carbon emission only. Second one, some renewable energy sources are expensive to install. Yes, some part of the renewable energy, this part is under the expensive. Fine. Third one, solar energy is a renewable energy resource. Yes, still solar energy is a renewable energy resource only. So all the statements are valid. So I am able to draw the successful diagram for this. So conclusion 3 does not follow. So the final answer is does not follow. So only one follows, that is choice A. Right. Now let's move to the next question. And here we are not discussing the CR part. A CR part will be taken by another sir. Don't worry about that. Just we are discussing the LR part here. Now, artist is to painting. Now, right. What is given? Artist is to painting. What is the relation between the artist and painting? Artist paints, painting. Similarly, author writes a novel. Choice A is the answer. Right. Now, again, a syllogism question. Let us draw the basic diagram of the given statements. All parathas are sustainable. Okay. All parathas are sustainable. I'm taking the first letters instead of writing the entire word. Now, what is the second statement is given? Some sustainable or cost effective. Okay, some sustainable or cost effective. Let's take it as C, cost effective. Next one. All cost effective or popular. So all these cost effective should be inside the popular. Okay, popular. Fine. Consider the following conclusions. Consider the following conclusions necessarily follows. Okay. What is the first one is given? Some popular or parathas. Do we have any relation between these two in the basic diagram? No. So positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. Finally, false. That's it. Conclusion one does not follow. Next one. All parathas are popular. Is it all parathas are inside the popular? No. Even this is a positive conclusion, false in the basic diagram. Finally, false. Now, a third one. Some sustainable are popular. Yes. This part of the sustainable are popular. So positive conclusion is true in the basic diagram. Finally, also it is true. So only 3 follows. Only 3 follows is in choice B. Fine. Let's see the next question. Right. We have a letter series question. Letter and number analogy. Letter series combination. Right. Let us draw the place values of the given statements. A is 1. B is, okay, let us look at the first letters in each one. A, D, H, M. Okay, A is 1, D is 4, H is 8, M is 13. These are the position values of the letters in the English alphabet. What is the relation given here? +3 is happening and +4 and increased by +5. So 3, 4, 5, next will be 6. 13 plus 6, 19. English alphabet, 19 letter in the English alphabet is S. Your answer must start with S. So B is, sorry, B is ruled out, C is ruled out. Now we have A and D, and here a number remains same, so no need to identify the logic in the number. Let us go ahead with the letter. And if you want to find out the logic for the letter, it is very simple. 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, 4 square, next is 5 square, that is 25. Now let us go to the logic in the third letters. B place value is 2, E is 5, I is 9, N is 14. 2 to 5, increment of +3. 5 to 9, increment of +4. 9 to 14, increment of +5. So next will be +6. 14 plus 6, 20. 20th letter in the English alphabet is T. S25T. It's in choice A. Okay. Now move to the next question. Right. Again, we have a syllogism question. That is question number 112. Let us draw the basic diagram of the statements. All birds can fly. All birds can fly. All birds can fly. Okay. Second statement. What is the second statement given? Some birds migrate. Okay. Some birds migrate. Some birds migrate. Next. Some who migrate swim. Some who migrate swim. Some who migrate swim. Next. Which of the following conclusion necessarily follows? Penguins can fly. Okay. Sorry, we missed the one statement. That is second statement. All penguins are birds. All penguins are birds. Okay. All penguins are birds. Now the first conclusion is penguins can fly. Yes. Penguins are inside the region fly. So penguins can fly. So A follows. When A follows, no need to check the B, C, D. Your answer is A. Right. Next. Let us see the coding, decoding, and series question. Those are question number 113 and 114. Right. A light is given written as, light is coded as NKKFR. Now, how is the word cloud coded in that language? Very simple one. Let us write the position values of the letters. L is 12, N is 14, increment of +2. I is 9, K is 11, +2. G is 7, K is 11, +4. H is 8, F is 6, -2. T is 20, R is 18, and logic is -2. So +2, +2, +4, -2, -2. Apply the similar logic. C place value is 3, 3 plus 2 of 5. Fifth letter in the English alphabet is E. So your option should start with E. So option D is ruled out. Option B is ruled out. Okay. A second letter similar, a third letter is also similar, fourth letter is also similar. Let's go with the fifth letters directly. A, B. To the fifth letter, what is the logic to be applied? Minus 2. So D is a 4, minus 2. D minus 2 is 2, that is B. So your answer is choice C. A is ruled out. Simple one, right? No. Even when we are doing it in the classes, when we did the marathon sessions, there we explained clearly that how to eliminate it. Apply the similar logic here as well. Now complete the following series. We have given B2, E4, I8, N16. B place value is 2, E place value is 5, I place value is 9, N place value is 14. Let us look at the logic in the given letters. 2 to 5, a plus 3 increased. 5 to 9, a plus 4 increased. 9 to 14, plus 5 is increased. Next will be plus 6. 14 plus 6, 20. So my answer should start with T. How many options are starting with T? Or two options. Okay, fine. So B is ruled out or D is ruled out. So definitely I have to find out the logic for the number as well. Now, what is the logic given? 2 to 4. You can say that into 2 and 4 and 8 into 2, 8, 16 into 2. Applying the similar logic into 2, 16 into 2, 32. So T 32. It is matching with choice C. A is ruled out. Fine. Now let's move to the next question. Right. Again, we have a verbal analogy question. A doctor is to hospital. What is the relation between doctor and hospital? A doctor works in hospital. Similarly, a teacher works in a classroom. Choice D is your answer. Simple one. Very simple one. Again, letter series question is given. Let us find the relation between the letters. B to D, D to G, and G to K. Position values. B is 2, D is 4, G is 7, K is 11. Now, what is happening here? Plus 2, plus 3, and plus 4. So, applying the same logic, plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, next will be plus 5. So, 11 plus 5, that is 16th letter in the English alphabet, it is P. How many options are with P? Only one option. So, choice C is your answer. Okay. We'll verify the logic for the numbers as well. 2 to 4 plus 2, plus 3, plus 4. Next will be plus 5. 11 plus 5, 16. P16. Right. Now, let us discuss 117. It is slightly a moderate level. What is coded as a GVDI? A GVDI. Now, what is the code for a queen? What is the code for a queen? Okay. Now, see here, a W place value is 23, a G is 7, or minus 16. Next, O is 15, or V is 22, plus 7. Right. R is 18, a D is 4, or minus 14. A D is 4, I is 9, or plus 5. You can see the logic clearly here, a minus 16, or plus 7, minus 14, or plus 5. Okay. Now, apply the similar logic here. Minus 16, plus 7, or minus 14, or plus 5. Next should be definitely a minus 12. 16, 14, 12. Now, go ahead with that logic. Cube position value is 17. 17 minus 16 is 1, that is A. How many options are with A? Except option A or rest all are. Okay. Now, U. U is 21. 21 plus 7, 28. 28 letter in the English alphabet is B. Now, which option is ruled out? D is ruled out. Now, in the option B and C, a third letter is different. Q, R. Now, you can decide your answer by doing this. E minus 14. Alphabets are cyclic in nature. So, E can also be treated as a 31st letter in the English alphabet. 26 is Z, 27 is A, 29 is B, 28 is B, 29 is C, 30 is D, 31 is E. So, 31 minus 14 is 17th letter. 17th letter in the English alphabet is Q. So, your answer to the question is of choice B. That's it. No need to check the remaining. Automatically E plus 5, J, N minus 12, B, A, B, Q, J, B. Okay. Now, move to the next question. Right. That is, oxygen is to lungs. Lungs process oxygen. Relation here is lungs process oxygen. Similarly, which process fuel? Engine process fuel. Choice B. Next, author is to book, a composer is to dash. Author is related to book, a composer is related to symphony. Choice B. Next, number series question. 4, 10, 18, 28. Let us identify the logic. 4 to 10, plus 6 increase. 10 to 18, plus 8 increase. 18 to 28, plus 10 increase. So next should be plus 12. 28 plus 12, 40. Very easy one. Choice C. Okay. Right. Let's move further. Right. Now let us draw the basic diagram of the given statements. Again, we got syllogism questions. Now, shopkeeper or big? A shopkeeper or a big? It should be inside this circle. A big shopkeeper or big. Second one, some big persons violate night curfew. Some big persons violates a night curfew. V and C. Next one, all who violate night curfew are fined. Whoever violates night curfew, all these people will be fined. All these people will be fined. Next one. That's it. Anil is a big. Now, Anil is a big. Anil can be placed here. Let's say region A. Anil can be placed here. Let's say region B. Anil can be placed here. It should be inside the big only. But it could have relation with a shopkeeper. It could have relation with fine. It could also have relation with who violates will be violate night curfew. Right. So Anil could be in the regions A, B, C, D. Okay, fine. Now let us verify the conclusions. What is the first conclusion is given? Anil is a shopkeeper. Anil is a shopkeeper is true in the B, but not in A, C, D. So if it is not true in all the cases, conclusion is not true. So one does not follow. Next, Anil may violate. You have to be careful here. The term given is may. So possibility. Anil may violate. If it is a possibility, it can be true in one of the case also. So Anil may violate night curfew. So it is true in the region D. That is enough. Once it is true, it is enough because they are given may. So conclusion 2 follows. Next. And actually, according to the options, with the conclusion 2, we have only one option, that is choice B. Only 2. Next. Anil definitely violate night curfew. Anil definitely violate night curfew. It is true in the D, but not in ABC. Ruled out. Next. If Anil is a shopkeeper, he will be fined. If Anil is a shopkeeper, it should be in the B. If it is in the B, it is not fined. So even that is not correct. Fifth one, Anil will definitely find if Anil is inside the D and C, that is true, but not in AB regions. So if it is not true in all the cases, it is not true. So choice B is your answer. Now, again, we have one more question here. Some cyclists are marathoners. Okay, let me erase this. Right. Some cyclists are marathoners. Okay, a cyclist, marathoners. All marathons train rigorously. So all these marathons, sorry, I'm extremely sorry. Right. Some cyclists are marathoners. Next, all marathoners train rigorously. Next, some trainees are amateurs. Okay, let us take separately. Some trainees are amateurs. Some trainees are amateurs. Okay, let us look at the conclusion. Some cyclists train rigorously. Yes, some cyclists train definitely rigorously. So A follows. When A follows, no need to check the B, C, D. So choice A is your answer. Right. Let's see next question. Right. Some birds are flightless. Let us draw the diagram for that. Some birds are flightless. Second statement. All sparrows are birds. So these are the birds. So all these sparrows should be inside the birds. All sparrow or birds. Next, all birds have beaks. So all these birds should be inside the beaks. Okay, all birds have beaks. Right. Which of the following conclusion necessarily follow? All sparrow have beaks. Yes, sparrows are inside the beaks. So one follows. One follows as of now. Second one, some flightless sparrows. Here we have is sparrows. Here we have a flightless. Do we have a relation here? No. So positive conclusion or false in the or flightless? Yes. This part of the big flightless. Flightless. Positive conclusion is true in the basic diagram. Finally, also it will be true. So 1 and 3 follow. That's in choice of B. Fine. Now, move to the next question. Again, this was discussed by Akash sir anyway, so I'm not discussing again. Next one. 129. All scripts are code. Let us draw the basic diagram for this. All scripts are inside the code. Second one. Some code is optimized. Some code is optimized. No optimized code is verbose. No optimized code is verbose. V. Now let us look at the conclusions. Which of the following conclusion necessarily follow? First one, some scripts are verbose. Scripts here and verbose we have here. So positive conclusion, false in the basic diagram. Final result will be false. Now, second one, some code is not verbose. Is it true? Some code is not. Yes, code is here, verbose is here. It is true. The negative conclusion is true in the basic diagram. So if the negative conclusion is true in the basic diagram, we have to go for alternate diagram. And to draw the alternate diagram, we have to take the opposite pair. What is the opposite pair of some not all? All code is verbose. All C inside the V. Can you be able to place a inside the V? No, not possible. Because the some part of the C or O statement O should not have the relation with V. So this can never be proved. So this conclusion still holds true. So conclusion 2 follows. Next, third one. All scripts are optimized. Is it all scripts are inside the optimized? No. So positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. So finally false. What is your answer? Only 2 follows. That is choice A. Now, let's see the next question. Right. Again, we have a number series question. 3, 9, 27, missing number and 243. Simple relation. 3 into 3. Just a moment. Uh, 3 into 3, 9. 9 into 3, 27. Next, 27 into 3, 81. 81 into 3, 243. So missing is C, 81. Right. Move to the next question. Right. Let us draw the basic diagram of the given statements. Every mathematician is a statistician. Which question number? Right. Question number 132. Every mathematician is a statistician. Right. Yes. Next. Some statisticians are also a computer scientists. So these people are also computer scientists. Next. No computer scientist is a mathematician. There is no relation between these two. No computer scientist is a mathematician. Now let us look at the conclusions. What is the first conclusion? Some S are not M. Some S are not M. Yes, these part of the S. These part of the S are not M. So negative conclusion are true in the basic diagram. If the negative conclusion is true in the basic diagram, we have to draw the alternate diagram. To draw the alternate diagram, we are going to consider opposite pair. What is the opposite of some not all? Now what I have to prove now? All S are M. Can you place all S inside the M? Again the same problem. If you try to place S completely inside the M, S which are CS will get the relation with M. But we have given clear information that no mathematical scientist. So we cannot draw the diagram for this. So the negative conclusion still holds true. So 1 follows. Next. All S are computer scientist. Is all S inside the computer scientist? No. So positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. Finally false. Next. Some M are computer science. Is it some M are computer science? No. M is here and computer science is here and clearly mentioned that there is no relation. So positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. That is choice A. And see the next one. Right. Now, blood relations question. A very simple question. A is the father of B. Let us draw the family tree. A is the father of B. Next. C is the son of A. C is the son of A. Here, as of now, we do not know the gender of B. Okay. C is the son of A. Next. D is the brother of E. We cannot link with the existing family tree. Let's move further. E is the daughter of B. Yes. Now here we got a clarity. E is the daughter of B. And what is the previous statement? D is the brother of E. D is the brother of E. So these two people are siblings. Still we don't know the gender of B. B could be male or it could be female. Plus stands for male or minus stands for female. And what is the question asked? How is C related to D? C is simple. B's parent brother. Parent's brother is uncle. So your answer is choice of B. Choice B. Now let's move to the next question. Right. Again, draw the basic diagram of the given statements. All architects are visionary. All are a visionary. All architects should be inside the visionary. Next, some visionary people are designers. Some visionary people are designers. Next one, no designer is a lawyer. No designer. Okay. Which of the following conclusion necessarily follows? Some visionary people are not lawyer. It is true in the basic diagram. As of now, this part is the visionary part and this is the lawyer part. So positive, negative conclusion are true in the basic diagram. So if conclusion is true, we have to draw the alternate diagram. And to draw the alternate diagram, we have to take the opposite pair. What is the opposite pair of some not? All. What do you have to prove? All visionary are L. All V should be inside the L. Can you place all V inside the L? No, not possible. Because if you try to place this complete V inside the L, V's which are D's will definitely get the relation with L. But we have clear information that D should not have the relation with L. So this can never be proved. So this can never be proved. So this negative conclusion still holds true. So conclusion 1 follows. Right. Next, second one. Some architects are designers. Is it some architects are designers? Architects are here or designers are here? No. A positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. Final result will be false. Now, third one. All designers are visionary. Is it all D inside the visionary? No. So positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. Finally, also it is false. So only 1 follows. It's in choice of B. Right. Let's move to the next question. Right. Question number 138. All astronauts are smokers. Let us draw the basic diagram. All astronauts are smokers. Next one. All drivers ski. Okay. As of now, we don't have the link with the existing diagram. Let's move further. Some astronauts are drivers. Yes. Are drivers. All drivers ski. All drivers ski. Right. Right. Now, let us move to the conclusions. Now, what is the one more statement is given? Kamalesh is an astronaut. So, Kamalesh is an astronaut. Kamalesh can be in this region, region A. Kamalesh can as well as in the region B. And Kamalesh can also be in the region C. Kamalesh should be inside this A, B, C regions, astronauts. So, Kamalesh is in the regions A, B, C. Let us look at the conclusions. What is the first conclusion given? Kamalesh skis. Right. It is Kamalesh sky is true in the B, but not in AC. But in order to say the conclusion definitely true, it has to be true in all the cases. So 1 does not follow. Next, Kamalesh does not ski. Again, the same problem. In the region A, it is true, but not in the B and C, because in the B and C, Kamlesh key, right? So it is not true. So conclusion 2 does not follow. Now conclusion 3, Kamlesh is a smoker. Yes, Kamlesh in the region A, in the B, in the C, anywhere it is he is smoker. It is true in all the cases. So conclusion 3 follows. Right. Next, fourth one. Kamlesh is not a smoker. Again, the same problem. Kamlesh is already known that smoker, so it is not true anywhere. So conclusion 4 does not follow. Oh, fine. Fifth one. Kamlesh is a driver. If we in the region C, it is true. Kamlesh is a driver, but not in the region AB. So conclusion 5 does not follow. Kamlesh is not a driver. It is true in AB, but not in C. In order to say it is definitely true, or in order to say it is false, it has to be true in all the cases. But it is not true here. So even sixth one does not follow. So what is your answer? Only 3 follows, that is choice B. Fine. Next one. Right. Let us see the letter series. First one is C. Second one is FGH. You can clearly see here we have 1 letter, and here we have 3 letters, and here we have 5 letters. So the next option should have definitely 7 letters. Okay. Which 7 letters is the question? Now, C, D and E are missing. 2 letters are missing. F, G, H are taken consecutively. And again, G, H, I, J. 4 letters are missing. 2 letters are 1 letter and 2 letters are missing. 3 letters, 4 letters are missing. Now 5 letters, we have to skip 6 letters, 6 consecutive letters after Q. That is R, S, T, U, V, W. Right. This we have to skip, and then followed by 7 letters we have to take. Now 7 letters we have to take. That is X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D. It is in option. Right. Let us draw the basic diagram of the given statements. All renewable energy plants are environmental friendly. Okay. All renewable energy plants are environmental friendly. Some solar plants are renewable energy plants. Some solar plants are renewable energy plants. Next one. No coal plant is environmental friendly. No coal plant is environmental friendly. Now, this is the basic diagram of the statements. Let us look at the conclusions. What the first one is given? Some solar plants are environmental friendly. Is it some solar plants are environmental friendly? Yes, this part. So positive conclusion, true in the basic diagram. Final result is also true. Next one, no coal plant is a renewable energy. Yes. Okay. First of all, it is a negative conclusion, true in the basic diagram. If the negative conclusion is true, we have to draw the alternate diagram. And to draw the alternate diagram, we have to take the opposite pair. What is the opposite pair of no? A some. What is that? Some coal plant or renewable energy plant. Can we form this relation? That we need to check. No, because REP region is inside the EF region. And we know very clearly EF to CP, there should not be any relation. Something which is completely inside the EF should not have the relation with CP. So CP and REP, we can never get the relation. So this can never be true. So conclusion 2, which was true earlier, holds true. So conclusion 2 finally true. Now third one, some coal plants are solar plants. Here we have a coal plant, here we have a solar plant. Is it true in the basic diagram? No. So positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. What is my answer? 1 and 2 follow. That is choice A. Fine. Next question. Right. All emails are messages. Let us draw the diagram. All emails are messages. All emails are messages. A second statement. Some messages are urgent. Okay. Some No urgent messages are casual. So these are the urgent messages. This part, let's say X part. This X part is urgent messages. No urgent message is a casual. This part is not the casual. This part is not the casual. Let us look at the conclusion. What is the first one? Some emails are casual. Is it some emails are casual? Second one, some messages are not casual. Some messages are not casual. It is true as of now. Negative conclusion is true in the basic diagram. Okay. Now, if the negative conclusion is true, we have to draw the alternate diagram for that. Casual is all messages are casual. Can you please complete M part inside the C? No, not possible, because there is some part of messages, that is X part, should not have the relation with a C part. If you try to place the complete M inside the C, X part also go inside the C, which is not valid. So we can never say all M are C. So this negative conclusion, which was true earlier, holds true. So conclusion 2 is true. Finally, next, all urgent messages are email. Is it all urgent messages? This part is inside the email? No. So positive conclusion is false in the basic diagram. So finally also false. So only 2 follows. That is choice B. Choice B. Now let's move further. Right. James. Let us look at the question number 149. 4, 9, 19, 34, 54. Now, what is the logic given here? 4 to 9 plus 5, and 9 to 19 plus 10, and 19 to 34 plus 15, 34 to 54 plus 20. It is very simple. Plus 5 plus 10 plus 15 plus 20. So next will be obviously plus 25. 54 plus 25 is 79. That is choice C. Okay. Now, let's see the question number 150. 3, 5, 9, 17, 33. Let us see the logic. 3 to 5, increase of plus 2. 5 to 9, there is an increase of plus 4. And 9 to 7, plus 8. 17 to 33, plus 16. Now 2, 4, 8, 16. Every time it is getting doubled. 4 is twice of 2. 8 is twice of 4. 16 is twice of 8. And next should be double of 16. That is 32. 33 plus 32 is 65. So required answer is choice D. Okay. So overall, the section is rated easy to moderate level. Most of the questions comes under easy level of difficulty only. Okay. And remaining questions, the CR part will be discussed by Anup sir in couple of minutes time. Thank you. Sure. और नीचे काफी है. Lots to go. Last section. This is the same section. Yeah, from here. Okay. All right.
All set? Okay, so last section, guys, we are looking at critical reasoning right at the end. We'll start with question number 82. I'm sorry. How do I? Both? Okay. All right. All right. So question number 82. The phenomena of urbanization has led to significant changes in social structures and community interactions. As people migrate from rural areas to city, they often face challenges such as increased cost of living, social isolation, and a disconnection from their traditional support networks. Studies indicate that urban residents tend to form new types of relationships, often relying on informal networks and community groups to adapt to the new environments. While urban living can foster innovation and economic opportunities, it can also contribute to feelings of loneliness and a decline in mental health if social connections are not established. All that story is just to tell you that while people go to urban areas, they tend to have a shortfall in terms of their social life, and that impacts them negatively. So what is the question? If the above is true, if all of this is considered to be true, which of the following conclusions is most contradicted by it? So this is interesting framing of the question, but really simply put, it is just looking at if this is true, which of these statements is a contradiction to this. Let's look. Urbanization creates both opportunities and challenges for individuals transitioning from rural to urban living. Technically, we are basically, looking at a almost like what is the meaning, all right? So urbanization creates both opportunities and challenges for individuals transitioning from rural to urban living. Basically the same statement, right? It's a reiteration. So this is not my option. Social isolation in urban areas can negatively impact individuals' mental health and well-being. This is also in accordance with the statement. People who migrate to cities typically maintain their traditional support networks from their rural communities. Okay, so what is this saying? This is in contradiction, because this is saying that people, while they're moving to these urban locations, what they're doing is they're maintaining their rural communities, so their social life is not really changing much. So this looks like a good option for now. I'll just check D. Informal networks and community groups are essential for urban residents to establish new social connections. This is also said in that paragraph. So C is my option. Next, 83. If the above is true, again, we're considering that true, which of the following can be most readily inferred from the passage? What can we understand? Now, this was almost like a summary question. Okay, let me have a look. The economic benefits of urbanization outweigh its social and psychological costs for most urban residents. Okay, so this is talking about the economic benefits. It's a bit narrow. Migration to urban areas invariably leads to social isolation and deteriorating mental health among new residents. Close, but again, social isolation and deteriorating mental health among new residents, this is also a bit narrow. So I'll look for a better option if I can find it. Urban living inherently discourages the formation of meaningful interpersonal relationships. Again, this is suggesting, doesn't really capture the whole thing. Urbanization transforms traditional social ties, but compels individuals to seek alternative forms of community to sustain social well-being. This is basically summing it up very nicely. So if I had to choose between A, B, C, and D, I would have gone with D. This was the most logical inference that I could have drawn from this. Captures it best. Okay. All right, 85. Probably the most easiest question of the paper. Anamika complains that in her debate club, she's always assigned to the less preferred side of the argument, while another member consistently gets the more popular choice. Which of the following, if true, supports Anamika's complaint? So Anamika has a problem. She's in the debate club and she is apparently given the less preferred side, the harder side, as compared to somebody else. All right. What is the if that is considered to be true, which of the statements can support Anamika's complaint? Okay. Assignments are rotated randomly and Anamika's side often ends up unpopular by chance. So this doesn't help, right? Because this is suggesting that it's random chance. So Anamika's complaint is moot. The club president privately admits giving the popular side to the other member due to personal friendship. This works for me, right? Because this is saying that somebody deliberately is giving the other side a favorable position. So that is really what her complaint is, right? So this works. Let's see C and D. Both members are equally skilled in debating is irrelevant. Anamika has only recently joined the club is also irrelevant. So the best option here is B. B is the answer. Therefore, okay, sorry. This is also not part of recycling. All right. Question number 89. Recycling bins are placed in a mall and trash volume falls. Okay, so recycling bin has been put and the trash volume has gone down. Which assumption is necessary to claim recycling caused the drop? Okay, so we have two events which are happening at the same time, and there has to be an assumption for us to say that this is the cause. Okay, people are driven towards recycling given the opportunity. It doesn't really help me understand create that causality, right? Okay, so people are driven. That really doesn't explain the causality for me. The aesthetics, the looks of the recycling infrastructure drives usage. Again, no. This does not really say that, fill that assumption gap that we're looking for. Mall footfall remained stable during the observation period. Now, I could have countered this argument by saying, what if the mall footfall changed, right? If the mall footfall went down, the trash volume will go down, right? In that scenario, I can't say that recycling bins are the cause for that drop. So if the mall footfall remains same during the period, only then I can say that it is the recycling bins which are the cause of the volume going down. So C is a good option. Mall introduced fees for usage of bins, irrelevant. In fact, it would work the opposite way, right? If fees were introduced, then people would have used it less. Okay. Question number 90. Introducing cycling lanes reduces minor collisions in a district. Which of the following more strongly supports the causal link between these events? So what is happening here? Cycling lanes have been introduced and collisions, minor collisions in a particular district have gone down. So somebody is making the claim that it is the cycling lanes which have reduced the minor collisions. Now I need to give an assumption that supports this link. Okay. There is a causal link which is being suggested. I need to give something that helps me establish that causality. Okay. Decline in collisions was largely confined to stretches of road where the new cycling lanes were introduced, with little change elsewhere in the district. Great. So this is saying that only in those places where cycling lanes were introduced that the collisions went down. Everywhere else, the collisions remained the same. So in that situation, what is likely to happen? I can suggest a causal link, right? Because if it only happened in the areas where the lanes were introduced, then it goes to say that the lanes were probably the reason why the collisions went down. So this is a good option. Let me check the other ones. After the introduction of the cycling lanes, the local government also launched a citywide awareness campaign promoting road safety for all commuters. Doesn't really help me establish that link. Data from the same period show that average vehicular traffic volumes declined due to fuel price increases and the expansion of public transport routes. Okay, data from the same period is showing that average vehicular traffic volumes declined due to fuel price increases and expansion of public transport routes. If I had to pick between A and C, A would be far more direct, right? So in between A and C, I'll go with A so far. Several nearby districts which did not introduce cycling lanes reported similar reductions in minor collisions during that year. This actually works against, right? Because it's saying that places where the lanes were not introduced, there were reductions. So this doesn't help. D is out, therefore, and A is the right answer. All right, question number 91. In a study on workplace productivity, employees with flexible schedules reported higher job satisfaction. Okay, so they did a study on workplace productivity and found that people who had flexible schedules had higher satisfaction. Okay, job satisfaction. However, productivity levels between flexible and fixed schedule employees were almost the same. So job satisfaction for people with flexible schedules is high. Productivity levels, though, is the same. Okay. Which of the following conclusions can be logically drawn? Okay. Job satisfaction always leads to higher productivity. Well, it says that the productivity was same. So this statement outright we can say no, and it always has also has a problem. It says always. That is also very problematic. So A is out. Productivity is influenced by factors other than work schedules. That could be true, right? Because which of the following conclusions can be logical? What conclusion can I draw? If job satisfaction, people who had higher job satisfaction exhibited the same level of productivity as people who had lower job satisfaction, then can I say that productivity is influenced by other things, not just work schedule, but other things? I can. So B is a good option. Let me look at C and D. Flexible schedules harm team coordination. Team coordination is irrelevant in this case. Most employees prefer fixed schedules. Also a conclusion that we cannot draw. Most employees prefer the number is not really mentioned. How many, right? So B is our answer in this situation. 92. Public health officials warn that air pollution increases the risk of respiratory disease. Okay, so air pollution is being linked to respiratory disease. The more the air pollution, the more the chances of your disease, respiratory disease. A recent drop in pollution levels coincided with the fall in new respiratory disease cases. Okay, so this is great, right? So it suggests that first a link is established. As said that there is a link between air pollution. The higher the air pollution, the risk of respiratory disease is higher. Then they say recently there was a drop in pollution levels, and it coincided with a drop in the new cases for disease, respiratory diseases. So both these statements are working in tandem. Which of the following, if true, most strengthens the official's warning? Okay. So I have two. They've given an argument, and now I have to strengthen that argument. Okay. What else can I provide? Respiratory diseases cases usually peak in winter. Winter in this situation is irrelevant. We don't even know if this was winter or summer. So A is out. The cities with the largest drop in pollution saw the largest fall in cases. This is great, right? So it says places where there was the drop in pollution was the highest were also the places where the cases went down highest, right? So B is good. Let me look at C and D. The decline in cases was higher in rural areas than urban areas. Now, this is a very good option in terms of luring you in, because we have this idea that rural areas are less polluted, right? So we would, out of instinct, we would go for this. We would believe this to be true, but this rural area part is irrelevant here, right? It's not part of the argument. Therefore, I can get rid of this. There was a major health awareness campaign during the period. Okay. Health awareness is another aspect that we are not dealing with in this question, not part of the premises in any fashion whatsoever, right? So B is the best option in this case, and this is my answer. All right, the government announced 93, the government announced subsidies for electric vehicles to encourage consumers to buy more EVs. So expect a reduction in prices. However, sales of EVs remained stagnant. So there were subsidies, yet nobody was buying these EVs. All right, the sales remained stagnant. Which of the following, if true, would best explain the outcome? So best explains the conclusion. The conclusion being sales of EVs remaining stagnant. Charging infrastructure for EVs remains inadequate. Okay, so if I say that the charging infrastructure, say let's imagine that the charging infrastructure is the cause, and if it remained inadequate, then this would be a good way to explain why the sales are going down, right? Because the charging infrastructure not being adequate would compel me to not buy the EVs, right? So A is a good option. I'll keep it. EV manufacturers released new affordable models. If this is the case, this should have helped the sales, right? New affordable models, new cheaper models, I would be compelled to buy. Petrol prices fell marginally during the period. This option, well, you could have gone with this, but then marginally is a problem, because if the prices went marginally down and subsidies were provided, that would have made up for the subsidy, right? Or even on some level. And this is a EV against petrol prices marginally going down during a period doesn't add up, because EVs are a long-term purchase. Public awareness about EVs increased significantly. Again, irrelevant whether they increased. Also, public awareness, if it increased, I should have expected the sales to go up, but it did not. So A is my answer here. 94. A vaccine trial reports a 60% reduction in disease incidence in the trial population. Which is the safest inference? What kind of inference from my can I draw? So there was a trial, and in the trial group, the population where the medicine was given, there was a 60% reduction in the disease. Okay, so for 60% of the people, the medicine worked. The vaccine is effective in similar populations under similar conditions. I think one of the safest inferences we can draw, right? So if 60% reduction was there in this situation, they're basically reiterating the vaccine is effective for the similar population that was taken in the trial under the similar conditions. That's exactly what the trial is saying, right? So A is a good option. What else? The vaccine eliminates the disease everywhere. We can't say that. It already says 60%, so there's no way we can say B. No further studies are needed also cannot be said, because it only reduces by 60%. If it were 100, maybe we could have said that. Effectiveness is identical across all age groups. Age groups is something that is not really part of the argument. Therefore, we cannot make any inference based on that. A is my answer. 96. The city's new bike sharing program has been widely adopted, reducing traffic congestion and promoting healthy lifestyles. Which of the following is a necessary assumption? Okay. So what is the argument? A new bike sharing program has been widely adopted, and that has led to reducing the traffic congestion and also promoting healthy lifestyle. What kind of assumption do I need? Okay. The bike sharing program has improved air quality, traffic congestion, healthy lifestyle, air quality, not really part of the argument, right? So A is not a good pick. Many residents prefer biking to driving. Okay. Even if they had a preference for that, would that have really, can I make a comment on the traffic congestion and healthy lifestyle promotion? I'm not sure. Let's see if there is a better option. There has been a quantifiable increase in the usage of bikes by city residents. It says quantifiable increase, so I can actually measure how much increase has happened. So there has been an increase in the usage of bikes by city residents. If this is happening, then I can say that it's the bike sharing program that has directly contributed, right? If quantifiable increase of bikes has happened, then the popularity of this program is good. Whatever is being said about the program is good. That is the assumption that we're making. The bike sharing program led to traffic congestion, reduction in congestion, and healthy lifestyle promotion. This statement is saying there has been an increase in the usage of bikes. That should suggest that it's the bike sharing program that is working well. The city will expand the program to all neighborhoods. Again, is irrelevant given the nature of the argument. Okay. So the option here is C. All right. Researchers claim that planting trees in urban areas can significantly reduce summer temperatures. Okay. So the claim here is that plant trees reduce summer temperatures. Simple. Which of the following, if true, most strengthens this claim? Which of the following, if I consider to be true, would strengthen the claim that is being made here? That is, plant trees to reduce summer temperatures. Trees provide shade and release water vapor through transpiration. If this is true, that they're providing shade and releasing water vapor, which would also reduce the temperature, then this makes sense, right? Then planting trees would make sense. So this is a good claim. Let's see if there is a better one. Planting trees is more expensive than other cost is not really our concern here in the argument. So therefore B is out. Urban residents enjoy spending time in green spaces. Whether they enjoy it or not, we can't really say, even if that were to be true, we can't really say that it contributes to reducing the summer temperature or not. So C is out. Trees improve air quality by absorbing pollutants. Well, air quality is not really our concern. Rather, we are concerned with the temperature. So D is also out. A remains our best option in this case. So A is the answer. Let's hope I'm not missing something. Okay. Oops, sorry. $109. I think that should be the next one. Yeah, 109. Okay. Roorkee city plans to replace all diesel buses with electric buses within 5 years to reduce air pollution. Officials claim this will significantly improve air quality and reduce respiratory illness. Which of the following is an assumption made by the officials? Okay. They're saying that they want to replace all diesel buses with electric buses in the next 5 years. And they say this will reduce the air pollution. Officials are claiming this will reduce the air pollution and reduce respiratory illness. Now, what is the assumption that they're making? Even if I don't look at the option, the assumption should be fairly clear to me. The assumption should be that it is the diesel buses that are contributing significantly to air pollution, right? Only in this case is their claim that it will reduce, using this, removing the buses will reduce respiratory illness and improve air quality, will only work if diesel buses are significantly contributing to both these things, which is air quality, poor air quality and respiratory illness. Okay, let me look at the options, see if I find my assumption. Electric buses are affordable for the city to maintain. Affordability is not a question here, right? So we'll get rid of that. Air pollution in Roorkee city is primarily caused by diesel buses. Yeah, that's what I said, right? Like the assumption that if I know that it's the diesel buses which are significantly causing significant pollution, then it is the air pollution caused by, if that is the case, only then removing them will improve air quality and reduce respiratory illness. That is the only situation. So B is good. I'll just quickly look at C and D as well. Residents will support the transition to electric buses. Well, irrelevant whether they support or not. Other sources of pollution will also be reduced during this period. Now, this is also an interesting option. Other sources of pollution will also be reduced. It's very tempting to go for this option. The problem here is that if you look at the statement which they're making, if I say that significant contribution is from the diesel buses, then it doesn't matter what happens with the other sources, right? Whether you keep the other sources the same or even increase it, it should not change the situation, okay? Because if the significant amount of pollution is coming from the diesel buses, it doesn't matter what others are doing, okay? So option B is the right option here. All right, 110. Many schools have introduced digital textbooks, arguing that they're more cost effective and environmentally friendly than printed books. Okay, which of the following, if true, would most weaken this argument? We're looking at weakening. Okay, so what is they saying? Digital books have been introduced, citing that they are more cost effective and environmentally friendly. Okay, so it's a good, apparently the authorities say it's a good thing. How do I weaken this argument? Okay, digital textbooks require devices that many students cannot afford. Oh, all right. If the digital textbooks are unaffordable to many of the students, then it doesn't matter if they are cost effective or environmentally friendly, right? They are not going to be used, right? The first thing has to be, they have to be used. If I say that they're cost effective and environmentally, that's great. But if they're not going to be used, how does it matter, right? So A is a good pick. Many students cannot afford it, therefore digital textbooks become useless. Printed books are more fragile than electronic devices. This actually works for them, right? Saying that printed books are more fragile, therefore use digital books. some teachers prefer using printed books. Two problems, some teachers, right? So some teachers prefer using, maybe most of them don't. So this is also their preference in this case should not be relevant. Students find digital textbooks more engaging. Again, this works in their favor, right? It doesn't weaken, it kind of strengthens, right? Because they find it more engaging, therefore it's more likely to use it. So the option here is A, which clearly weakens the argument. All right, this was a particularly challenging question. Okay. Challenging is a little complicated to understand. Okay. An econometric study, ignore the econometric, a study using difference in differences technique. Again, not really useful. A study finds no significant employment effect from a minimum wage hike. Simple argument, they're saying there is no significant effect, employment effect, okay, from a minimum wage hike. So they've hiked the minimum wage, but there is no effect on employment. Which evidence most strengthens this finding? Basically, I then need to look at an option which either approves this or is in line with this. No effect based on a hike. Even if there is a hike, there should not be any effect. That is what I'm looking for. Some firms in the treated region reported difficulty in hiring, even though aggregate employment did not change significantly. Problems, some firms reported it. Again, I cannot really, this is not really a good strengthening case also. So even if I really don't understand also, I'll still just say, okay, some firms in the treated region reported difficulty in hiring. Okay, there was some hiring difficulty. Even though aggregate employment did not change significantly, doesn't really help my case. Overall labor costs increased slightly in the treated region, but wages for most workers remained unchanged. Labor costs, not really part of the part of my argument, but I'll still consider it. Labor costs have increased in the treated region, but wages for most workers remain unchanged. Now, what is this saying? This is saying that the minimum wage, there was a hike in the wage, right? So the two problems with this is saying the costs have increased. So there is some kind of effect, right? And the wages have remained unchanged. Doesn't really, again, help my situation. Employment trends in similar regions without a minimum wage hike were nearly identical to the trends in regions with the hike before and after the policy change. Okay, this is a bit of a mouthful to read, right? But let's go in sequence. Employment trends in similar regions. If I compare that to regions which are similar in nature, without a minimum wage hike, so there was no minimum wage hike in those cases, what happened? Were same, nearly identical, were almost same as the trends in regions with the hike. Places where hike was given before and after the policy change. So with hike, without hike, no change. And the similar regions, minimum wage hike was the same. So region is accounted for in this case. Hike before, after is also accounted for. And all this option is saying really is even if we account for all these factors, there is no change, which is basically what my original argument is saying. So C is a good pick. Workers' hours declined in certain industries despite stable employment levels. This is not really relevant to my argument. We are looking at employment. Okay. All right. Question number 119 and 120. Diversity may bring people to the same room, but inclusion ensures that every voice is heard, valued, and allowed to shape the conversation. It demands that institutions go beyond representation to transformation, to question who holds the power, who defines norms, and whose stories remain unheard. It is the process of turning the promise of democracy into practice, one case, one reform, and one act of courage at a time. Very poetically written, but saying very simple, something very simple. Diversity is good. It is good to start with diversity, but what you really need is inclusion. It is inclusion that really leads to transformation. So let me look at what the question asks of me. Based on the passage above, which of the following can be most logically inferred. What can I infer from the statements? Inclusion requires active structural and cultural change within institutions, not merely diverse representation. That's what they're saying, right? Just diversity is not going to help you. You need inclusion, which strives for cultural and structural change within these institutions. So A is a good pick. Let's see if I have a better one. Diversity and inclusion are interchangeable concepts referring to representation of different groups. Wrong, because they clearly, as according to the passage, say that they are not the same thing. Democracy automatically ensures inclusion without further institutional effort. No, there is expected to be some effort is to be expected, right, in terms of inclusivity. Increasing the number of underrepresented represented individuals in decision-making spaces is adequate to secure inclusion. This is basically diversity, right? The first part is diversity. If I increase the number of underrepresented represented individuals in decision-making places, that is good enough for inclusion. That is exactly the opposite of what that statement is saying. So D is wrong and A is the right option. Okay. 120. Which of the following, if true, would most strengthen the author's argument in the passage above? The author's argument is very simple. Basically saying diversity and inclusion not the same thing. You need to strive more, put more effort than just hiring different people from different places and different genders and the like, right? So, okay. How do I strengthen that argument? Institutions that create deliberate mechanisms for inclusive participation tend to make more equitable and widely supported policy decisions. So the author said that if we do inclusivity rather than just diversity, it's a good thing. That's what leads to real change. So option A is saying basically just that in a different manner, right? So institutions that put deliberate mechanisms for inclusive participation, do things deliberately to get more inclusive participation, they do better in terms of equity, and their policies are also supported much more widely. So A is a good pick for now. Let's see if I can find better ones. Employees value visible diversity in workplaces as a sign of progressive leadership. No. Diversity itself is not useful, right? So B is out. Efforts to improve inclusion sometimes face resistance from individuals who feel existing structures are already fair. C is almost irrelevant to the argument, right? Resistance towards that is not basically what we're into. In some organizations, diverse representation has increased, but decision making continues to be dominated by a small core group. That is basically what the argument was saying. What the problem statement was, right? Even if you get diversity, have diversity, doesn't mean that inclusivity will happen and better policies are going to be implemented. That doesn't happen. So A is basically telling me that, right? So A is my option. Right. 125. Some cyclists are marathoners. All oh, sorry, not my question. Okay. All right. Online grocery stores in Delhi have reported a 50% increase in sales over the past year. Analysts attribute this to the convenience of home delivery and competitive pricing. So, online grocery stores are doing apparently very well in Delhi. And the analysts are saying it is because of convenience of home delivery and competitive pricing. So, they've made a correlation, a causation between these two events, right? Increase in sales in Delhi of online stores, and they're saying it's because there is convenience being provided by the online stores. So that's why they're choosing this. What is the assumption that the analysts have concluded to for this argument to hold, for this causation to hold, right? Okay. Customers in Delhi value convenience over in-store shopping. Straight away, this should be apparent, right? Because it's saying customers in Delhi value convenience. So if this is the case, if customers in Delhi value convenience, then because these places are providing convenience, therefore the sales went up. Straightforward, A is a great pick. Grocery store employees prefer working in delivery services. This doesn't help. I mean, that would probably increase the employee number. That doesn't mean that it will translate into sales. Online grocery stores are more profitable than physical stores. Their profit is not my concern. All customers in Delhi have access to the internet. All is in itself a problem. And whether they have access to the internet, yes or no, is also not something that I can create this relationship, right? For this, I will need the aspect of either convenience or competitive pricing in my assumption, which is only present in A. So A is my answer. All right, 130. A study shows students in schools with longer library hours read more books. Okay. Policymakers conclude extending hours will increase reading everywhere. So what are they finding out? They did a study in a school and found that having longer library hours, the students end up reading more books. So the policymakers said, you know what, we'll just increase the reading hours, right? So that should work. So people will start reading more. That's their conclusion. Which assumption underlies this conclusion? Okay. Students will utilize the extended hours to read books. Okay. So students will utilize the extended hours to. Now the thing is, this is not really pertaining to students only, right? They're saying extending hours will increase reading everywhere. Okay. So it's not necessarily that we're only talking about students. So A is a very weak assumption, not really useful. Students in those schools are more intelligent. Their intelligence is not really under the scanner. Infrastructure costs are irrelevant. Again, not something that I'm concerned with. Reading depends only on hours, not on resources or programs. Now, for me to make this conclusion, I found in a study that if I increase the hours, reading will go up. That's what I found. So policymakers are doing that. That I can only say if reading is dependent only on hours. If there are other factors, then I cannot say this, right? So if reading depends only on hours, then this is true, not on resource or programs. Therefore, D is my option. Sorry. All right. 133, 144, 134. Research indicates that regular physical activity is crucial for maintaining overall health and preventing severe diseases. Engaging moderate exercise can improve overall health, enhance mood, and boost immune function. Okay, despite these benefits, many individuals remain sedentary due to lack of motivation or resources. Studies have shown that community programs aimed at increasing physical activity, such as group fitness classes and public parks, significantly enhance participation levels and improve community health. Simple argument, improve your physical activity to have better health and avoid diseases. So for that, engage in exercise, and some studies are showing that community programs are very helpful for that. Okay. Which of the following, if true, would most strengthen the argument presented above? Okay. Individuals who engage in regular physical activity are more likely to have access to healthcare services. Not really my concern, right? It's almost circular, this logic. If I engage in physical activity, I will have access to more healthcare services. That doesn't really strengthen the argument. What I'm looking for is that this community programs asking people to engage in physical activity are useful. That's what I'm looking at. This doesn't help. Communities that have implemented fitness programs report higher levels of overall satisfaction with their health on a long-term basis. This is perfect. So they're saying wherever these programs were implemented, people are reporting higher satisfaction with their health in a long-term fashion. So B is good. Many people cite a lack of time as the primary reason for not participating in physical activity. Irrelevant. Group fitness classes are often less expensive than personal training sessions. Again, irrelevant. Cost is not discussed. Which of the following, if true, would most seriously weaken the argument above? Okay. Participants of community exercise programs tend to revert to sedentary habits. So go back to sedentary habits once the programs conclude. So once the program is over, they go back, leading to no lasting improvement in health outcomes. This is brilliant, right? This really weakens the argument because saying as long as the program runs, it's fine. The moment it is done, they go back and no lasting improvement. Therefore, the program as a whole is not really useful because you can't keep running the program all the time, right? So A is a great way to weaken the argument. Some individuals prefer exercising alone rather than in group, or so that doesn't mean that the group-based activity in itself is not working. So B is okay. Communities with greater access to public parks often report higher levels of general well-being and lower stress. This doesn't weaken, this strengthens the argument, right? So it's saying it's good. Local governments that invest in community health programs typically experience reduced long-term healthcare costs. Cost again is not my concern, right? Whether the government incurs the cost or not is not really my concern. Therefore, the answer to this would be A. Free school meals increased attendance. Great. Which assumption is needed to claim free? What is the cause? Okay, so free school meals happened and then attendance also went up. Which of the assumptions is needed to say that this is causing this? Okay, simple. Meal distribution was the main change during the period. Great, right? So if meal distribution is the only thing that has changed during the period, then I can attribute this to attendance, right? I can attribute the meal program to the attendance. So A is great. Teachers were more vigilant about taking attendance. Okay. Then this claim cannot be made, right? If they were more vigilant about taking the attendance, therefore they took better attendance, right? Doesn't therefore negates the school meal part. Okay. So it doesn't work. In fact, works opposite. School built new classrooms which could accommodate more students. This is again adding new elements. This is not helping, right? It's not linking these two. Local incomes double, leading to a flux of new admissions, are again not really creating a link between these two. So A is my option. All right, 143. A city plans to replace cash bus fares with a QR only system to reduce revenue leakage. Okay, so what is happening? A lot of revenue leakage is happening, so they want to replace it and put a QR only system. You need to scan it and then that's how you make the payment, no leakage. Critics argue ridership among the elderly will drop. So critics are saying that the elderly won't be able to use it, so they will have to refrain from using the buses because they can't use the QR code. Which assumption best supports the critics? A large proportion of elderly commuters lack smartphones or find QR payments difficult, right? So in that case, they will not be using the bus, right? So A is good. Let me see. Younger commuters prefer QR payment due to higher smartphone use. We are really concerned with the elderly, not the younger ones. So B is out. Conductors are not trained to handle QR codes. Well, you can always train them. So even if that assumption is to be taken to be true, we cannot really it's definitely not better than A. A study found that also doesn't talk about the elderly. A study found that QR system reduced revenue leakage in other cities with similar public transport systems. Well, that is true, but doesn't work for the critics, right? It actually bats for the government. So the option here is A. 144. This was probably one of the more difficult ones. Excessive sugar sweetened beverage intake correlates with higher cavity rates. Okay. A claim is made that such beverages cause cavities, which, if true, most weakens the causal claim. So there's a cause effect that is being given. If you use excessive sugar sweetened beverage consume, you have a higher chance of getting cavities. So they made a claim that such a sugar sweetened beverage will cause cavities. That is what they're saying. So they did a study, found some correlation, and now they're saying it's the cause. Okay, so we need to weaken the causal claim. Participants with high sugar sweetened beverage consumption were also found to have poor oral hygiene and less frequent dental checkups compared to low consumption participants. So what is this saying? That people who were consuming it a lot also had poor oral hygiene, and they went for fewer dental checkups. So they did not really care about their oral hygiene much, and that is why cavities were caused. It is not because of the beverage themselves, but really that they were originally poor in terms of their oral hygiene in general. Okay, this looks like a good option for now. Let me see if I can find something else. The study's large sample size included diverse populations which may have introduced uncontrolled variability affecting the observed correlation. What is it saying? The study's large sample size had diverse populations. Okay, so far that's good, right? Which may have introduced uncontrolled variability affecting the observed correlation. Okay, so the correlation, from the correlation, they have gone to the causation. So this is saying that the correlation itself would have been flawed. Okay, but again, not as good as A. So I will skip this also. Surveys indicate that many dental professionals believe sugar contributes to cavities regardless of other lifestyle choices. So if C is to be considered true, then it doesn't weaken. In fact, it strengthens, right? Because it's saying sugar contributes. So don't consume sugar sweetened beverages. This strengthens the case. D, evidence shows that cavity formation depends on multiple factors, including genetics, diet, and oral microbiome, and sugar alone may not be sufficient to cause cavities. This is saying that they have found evidence that sugar alone is not going to cause cavities. Therefore, regardless of what you do, whether you consume or not, don't consume, sugar itself, these sugar beverages itself cannot cause cavities. This is far more stronger than option A, because A is really talking about more of a sampling error, whereas D is saying that sugar itself, we have evidence that sugar cannot cause cavities, right? May not be sufficient enough to cause cavities. There are definitely other factors at play. Therefore, this cause cannot be made. Okay. Option D is the answer here. All right. Congestion pricing approach reduces car trips in several cities. Which assumption supports using it in a new city? Okay. So what is it saying? Congestion pricing approach is reducing. So congestion, at the moment you have a congestion, if you suggest a different pricing, that will reduce the peak hour car trips in several cities. Drivers will respond to price signals. What do I need? I need an assumption which supports this. So I'm saying drivers will respond to price signals by shifting time or mode of travel. So the moment there is a congestion pricing and if drivers are responding to it, therefore, there is going to be a shift in the movement, right? So this is a good option. Public transport would be able to fulfill the demand. Well, we are not really sure if public transport itself is somehow related to this traffic, right? It's not, maybe not the only thing that is causing. So B is not a good option. Drivers dislike road tax and would therefore stop using cars to avoid them. Not really my concern in this case. Fuel prices will fall due to lower consumption. Again, not my concern. Option A is the best fit. 146. A company switches to a 4-day work week and observes no productivity drop. Leaders claim that the schedule is efficient. Which assumption is needed to support the leader's claim? Okay. It's saying 4-day work week, no productivity drop. So it's a good system to have. What can I use to strengthen? What can I use? What assumption do I need to be able to say that? Productivity was measured accurately and comparably before and after the change. Yeah. If I can, the only claim that I can make here, the only way I can attack this argument is say, how did you measure this productivity? Was the productivity measured in the right way? Right? And they're saying here in the assumption that, yeah, it was measured accurately and comparably before and after. So this is a good option. Employees prefer longer weekend due to higher tendency to burn out in longer weeks. Not really my option. Office rent decreased after the switch since people were, again, not really my concern. Competitors already use a 4-day work week. Not again, not my concern. So option in this case was A. Recruiters prefer candidates from top tier colleges, believing they perform better. Which assumption underpins this practice, right? Top tier graduates always outperform the others. No. Interviewers dislike screening many applicants. No, we don't know if they how many applicants they're screening. Reputation matters more than skill, right? The skill part is not really something we can comment on. College brand is a reliable proxy for a candidate's likely performance. Yeah. So if a college brand is a good way for me to say that the candidate is how the candidate is going to perform, then this makes sense, right? For them to pick based on colleges, it would make sense, right? So this assumption is working, right? The assumption here is that the college brand, based on the college brand, I can assess the performance. Therefore, I am picking recruiting based on whether they belong to top tier colleges or not. So that's the assumption. D is the answer. All right. A survey finds most employees prefer flexible hours over a higher salary. Which inference can I draw from here? Work-life balance is highly valued. Okay. What is the situation here? Survey finds that people are preferring flexible work hours. They are choosing to have flexibility in their work hours over a higher salary. Which inference is most reasonable? Work-life balance is highly valued. So these people must really be valuing their work-life balance, right? Instead of going for a higher salary, they went for work hours. So A is a good pick. Salary is unimportant to everyone. So this is problematic because it is saying that salary is unimportant for all. Okay. And we clearly said most employees prefer. Only young workers were surveyed. Said most employees prefer young workers. Age was not in question. Employees don't want promotions also uh, uh, too universal for me to say, because we only found most employees prefer flexible work hours. We cannot really make any comment on this. So the answer is A. So that's it, guys. Thank you for tuning in, and all the best for the rest of your exams and all the best for your results. We'll see you next time. Thank you. To read also now, man.